Chapter 385. The broken sacred tablet. Since Hu Wuying did not want to go in now, the guard had no choice but to shout again, "Next!" After that, Gu Xian walked out of the group and stood in front of the sacred tablet. The guard stared at Gu Xian. He knew that this thin young man should be Hu Wuying's companion. The rest of the group also focused their attention on Gu Xian. They knew that the young man in front of them was probably a silver warrior, but they did not know how strong his strength was. Gu Xian secretly channeled the Yuan power in his body, and threw out a punch. An ear-piercing explosion suddenly rang out, and his huge fist smashed heavily on the sacred tablet. Boom! The root-like sacred tablet suddenly shook violently. When Gu Xian retracted his fist, everyone was shocked to find that a fist print several inches thick had appeared on the surface of the sacred tablet. He actually left a mark on the sacred tablet. This guy's strength is even stronger than the guy just now. Looking at the fist print on the sacred tablet, the guard's pupils shrank as he muttered to himself in amazement. The rest of the group also became restless. From Gu Xian's performance, it was obvious that his strength was even stronger than Hu Wuying's. Everyone could not help but be moved. At the same time, a line of golden words appeared on the top of the sacred tablet. When the guard saw the result displayed in the golden words, his lips trembled as he said, "Strength of 400,000 jin, pass." What? There was an uproar in the surroundings. Everyone's eyes bulged as they stared at the golden words on the sacred monument. They didn't expect this young man to be even more ferocious than Hu Wuying. His strength had reached 400,000 jin. Such strength could be considered as a pinnacle expert in the holy city. Which tribe are these two from? He looks to be around 20 years old, and his body isn't very robust either. Yet, he can actually possess a strength of 300,000 jin and 400,000 jin. With such strength, he's an extremely respected expert in the holy city. I didn't expect there to be two silver-tier warriors in this test. What an eye-opener! Kai 30,000, who was standing in the middle of the group, immediately paled. He had not expected that Gu Xian and Hu Wuying were both silver-ranked warriors. Moreover, they were the pinnacle of silver-ranked warriors. In the entire holy city, only the ruler of the holy city had reached 500,000 energy points and became the only golden warrior. Therefore, in the holy city, the status of a silver warrior was much higher than that of the other warriors. Even if it was a lower silver warrior, it was still incomparable to the other rich merchants and bronze warriors. Kai Sanxian thought that Zhuowen and the other two were just high-grade bronze warriors. With Kai Sanxian's connections and wealth, he had many ways to make Zhuowen and the other two disappear from the holy city without anyone knowing. However, now that two of the three Zhuowen and the other two were silver-ranked warriors, and they were even advanced silver warriors, he could not afford to offend such people. Thinking of the strength of Gu Xian and Hu Wuying, Kai 30,000 finally felt fear in his heart. He secretly complained, "I can't afford to offend these three people. I can't afford to offend silver-ranked warriors. When I enter the holy city, I must avoid them." Looking at the 400,000 jin words on the holy monument, the guard was a little numb. Although he could guess that Hu Wuying's companion's strength was not bad, he did not expect that his strength was more than 100,000 jin stronger than Hu Wuying's. This was really beyond his expectation. Glancing at the result on the holy monument again, the guard's gaze fell on a black-haired young man who looked about 18 years old at the front of the group. He knew that this young man should be the companion of the two people just now. This young man is the youngest. I'm afraid that his strength is the weakest among the three. Maybe he can reach 200,000 jin. The guard muttered to himself. After witnessing the abnormal performance of Gu Xian and Hu Wuying, the guard naturally would not underestimate Zhuowen, who was the youngest. Considering that Zhuowen was the youngest, he gave him a high evaluation of 200,000 jin. One should know that if an 18-year-old could reach 200,000 jin in strength, he would be considered a genius. Of course, the guard did not think that Zhuowen's strength would surpass the two young men just now. After all, Zhuowen was a little too young. In the guard's opinion, it was basically impossible for such a young man to reach 300,000 to 400,000 jin. At this moment, Zhuowen's every move attracted the attention of the other people in the group behind him. They all wanted to see the results of the young man who came out last among the three people. Of course, most people had the same thoughts as the guard. They believed that Zhuowen's results would definitely not be better than Gu Xian and Hu Wuying. Although there were many people who focused their attention on Zhuowen, they were not as eager as Gu Xian and Hu Wuying. After all, Zhuowen was too young. No matter how monstrous his talent was, it was unlikely that his strength would exceed 300,000 jin at such a young age. After his name was announced, Zhuowen calmly walked to the front of the sacred stele. After approaching the sacred stele, Zhuowen could feel a strange fluctuation enveloping the surroundings of the sacred stele. Obviously, this fluctuation was injected by the saintess when she was refining the sacred stele. This sacred stele can let me test the strength of my body. I wonder what level my physical strength will reach after 2 days of tempering the crystal jades. With this thought in mind, Zhuowen clenched his 5 fingers into a fist and suddenly punched out. A huge force formed a vacuum around Zhuowen's body. Countless transparent air currents surrounded Zhuowen's fist and turned into a spiral cyclone. Boom! The punch landed on the sacred stele. Immediately, an extremely strong ring-shaped wave of air swept out in all directions with Zhuowen as the center. Many warriors who were close to the sacred stele were forced to retreat under the effect of this wave of air. Some even fell to the ground in a sorry state. Even the guard, who was a silver warrior, was shocked. He covered his face with his hands and retreated continuously. He only stabilized his body after retreating more than 10 steps. This guy's strength, after stabilizing his body, the guard immediately looked at Zhuowen in the distance. Immediately, his pupils shrank to the size of needles. His mouth opened wide uncontrollably, and his face was full of disbelief. This was because he saw that the surface of the sacred stele, which was as hard as iron, was slowly showing traces of cracks. Moreover, these cracks were constantly spreading in all directions, like the veins of a human body. Crack! A crisp cracking sound suddenly rang out. Immediately, the sacred stele, which was 10 feet tall, crumbled inch by inch and turned into an endless amount of powder that drifted in the air. At this moment, the city gate fell into an extremely strange silence. Whether it was the guards standing at the city gate or the many warriors in the line, they were all dumbfounded as they stared at the sacred stele that had turned into powder. For a long time, they could not make a sound. Looking at the sacred stele that was shattered by his punch, Zhuowen's face suddenly had a trace of embarrassment. At the same time, there was a trace of joy in his heart. He did not expect that the effect of refining the crystal jade would be so good. In just 2 days, the strength of his physical body had reached such an unbelievable level. According to his estimation, just the strength of his physical body alone was probably around 500,000 pounds. If he directly used yuan power, the strength would be even greater. I really did not expect that just by reaching the peak of the 6th level of the Jade Stone Body Tempering Technique, my physical strength would reach the standard of a gold warrior. If I can completely cultivate the Jade Stone Body Tempering Technique to the 7th level, I'm afraid that my physical strength will reach an unimaginable level. It is very likely that I will not be weaker than a legendary warrior. Feeling the abundant strength in his body, Zhuowen could not help but think to himself with joy. You actually shattered the sacred stele? The strange silence at the city gate was finally broken by the guard. At this moment, the guard's voice was extremely hoarse. The gaze he looked at Zhuowen with became extremely complicated. No matter what, he did not expect that the sacred stele, which was specially used to test one's physical strength, would be shattered by someone. Moreover, this day had actually appeared in front of him. This is too unbelievable. How did this young man do it? He actually shattered the sacred steel directly. Oh my God! Just what kind of strength does this young man have? Even the saint's steel was shattered by him. This is just too inconceivable. I have to rub my eyes to see if I'm hallucinating. In an instant, the entire city gate fell into an extremely frenzied discussion. Everyone's pupils constricted as they stared at Zhuowen and the sacred steel that had already turned into powder beside him. Zhuowen scratched his head slightly awkwardly and said to the guard apologetically, "It shouldn't be a problem to break this sacred steel, right?" Hearing this, the corner of the guard's mouth twitched. Although he really wanted to scold this young man in front of him, he did not dare to. This was because this young man's physical strength could possibly reach the level of 250,000 pounds. This was because a silver warrior could not shatter the sacred steel with a single punch. Only a gold warrior could do this. He did not dare to offend such an existence. Where did this young man come from? To be able to shatter the sacred steel with a single punch, his physical strength could very well be at least 250,000 pounds. His strength is enough to be ranked as a gold warrior. Thinking bitterly in his heart, the guard hurriedly smiled respectfully and said, "Of course it's all right. How can this sacred steel be compared to Sir? Your physical strength has reached the standard. You can definitely enter the holy city directly." Seeing the forced smile on the guard's face, Zhuowen felt a little apologetic in his heart. However, he knew that since he had already destroyed the sacred steel, it was impossible for him to take out another one. Therefore, he nodded slightly and directly led Gu Xian and Hu Wuying into the city gate. "Sir, what should we do next? The sacred steel has already been destroyed by that sir. How are we going to test it?" A man standing behind the guard asked with a bitter smile. "Sai, you should quickly go to the Parthenon temple and inform the saintess about this matter. The saintess should have extra sacred steels. She can just take out another one. However, that young man's strength has definitely reached the level of a gold warrior. When you return, you should also inform the saintess." The guard quickly calmed down and said to the man behind him. Chapter 386. 9 Dragons City. Inside the holy city, there was an endless stream of people. At a glance, it was densely packed with people. Its degree of prosperity was almost no less than Broken Rock City. Whoosh! As soon as they entered the holy city, the badge on Zhuowen's waist lit up. The teams from 9 Dragons City and Thunder Universe City are indeed in the holy city. These two teams are not to be underestimated. "The three of us better be careful," Zhuowen said to Gu Xian and Hu Wuying behind him. Gu Xian and Hu Wuying nodded cautiously and followed closely behind Zhuowen. On a wide street on the west side of the holy city, a group of people dressed in luxurious black robes slowly walked down the street. Their leader had a head of curly brown hair and a gaze as sharp as a wild wolf's. It was an exceptionally terrifying sight. This brown-haired youth was the captain of the group from 9 Dragons City, Feng Long. He was an expert who could break through to the ultimate Emperor realm at any time. Feng Long, who was walking leisurely in front of the team, suddenly frowned and stopped. He glanced at the badge on his waist and saw that it was flashing rapidly. "Feng Long, why did you suddenly stop?" A graceful woman in red clothes standing behind Feng Long asked with a frown. The woman in red clothes was one of the 3 ultimate Emperor realm experts in the team from 9 Dragons City. She was quite powerful. "It seems like another team has entered the holy city. They clearly know that the teams from 9 Dragons City and Thunder Universe City are in the holy city, yet they still dare to enter. It seems like this team is quite brave," Feng Long said with a smile on his face. "They are quite brave indeed. Why don't we get rid of that team?" The woman in red clothes also saw the shining badge in Feng Long's hand. Her beautiful eyes moved as she said with a smile, "No need. They are just clowns. Our main opponent this time is still Thunder Universe City, and after so many days of investigation, we finally know the way to obtain this sandstone island. Let's go to the Parthenon Temple first and ask the Saintess of the temple to open the trial for us, Feng Long said while shaking his head. That's true. However, what if the Holy Maiden doesn't agree? The red-clothed woman nodded and asked worriedly. I heard that the Holy City's Holy Maiden is extremely kind. We only need to casually kill a few powerful members of the bereaved clan in front of the Holy Maiden. I'm afraid that the Holy Maiden will have to agree even if she doesn't want to. Feng Long's eyes revealed a trace of coldness as he smiled. Although the Lu Nantian had stated in advance that no ancient survivors were to be wantonly slaughtered in the tower, the Lu Nantian would not care too much about killing a few ancient survivors. Let's go. Don't let Thunder Universe City beat us to it. Saying this, Feng Long led the team to the Parthenon Temple. Currently, on the top floor of the Parthenon Temple, the blonde Saintess Alice frowned. For some reason, she felt uneasy today. Lady Alice, what is troubling you so much? Let Qiushui hear it. Perhaps Qiushui can share your burden. In the hall, a young woman with a graceful figure stood behind Alice. When she saw the latter frown, she couldn't help but ask worriedly. If Zhuowen and the other two were here, they would be able to recognize this young woman as Priest Qiushui who had separated from them not long ago. I don't know why. Recently, I've been feeling a little uneasy, as if some danger is approaching the holy city, Alice said with a wry smile. Hearing this, Priest Qiushui lowered her head and pondered. The Saintess was the person with the highest achievement in the Tao of formations on the Sandstone Island. Her premonitions were extremely accurate. Since the Saintess said so, perhaps some disaster was really coming to the holy city. Dong. Suddenly, an armored warrior hurried into the hall and knelt before the Saintess on one knee. Lady Saintess, is there a holy monument in the temple? Holy monument? Why are you asking this? Is there a problem with the holy monument at the city gate? Alice frowned and stared at the warrior below. There is indeed a problem. The sacred steel has already been shattered into pieces by a young man with a single punch. The warrior wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead and said cautiously, What? It was shattered by someone? Alice, who was originally uneasy, trembled when she heard this news. She could not help but cry out involuntarily. Even Priest Qiushui, who was standing at the side of the hall, had her beautiful eyes slightly bulged when she heard this news. There was a hint of extreme shock in the depths of her eyes. The holy monument was personally refined by the Saintess. Its hardness was almost indestructible. Even a warrior at the peak of the silver level could not break the holy monument. Perhaps only the Lord of the Holy City, Ados, had such strength. However, Zhuowen's figure soon appeared in Priest Qiushui's mind. The figure of him killing the evil creature was deeply imprinted in her mind and could not be erased for a long time. Could it be Zhuowen and his two companions? Priest Qiushui could not help but murmur softly. To break the holy monument, one must at least have the strength of a gold warrior. In the entire Sandstone Island, only the Lord of the Holy City, Ados, has such strength. Could it be that other than the Lord of the Holy City, there are others who have reached the level of a gold warrior? Alice frowned and asked doubtfully. The one who broke the holy monument was a young man who was only about 18 years old. That young man looked rather frail, but no one would have thought that his body actually contained such a powerful strength. Moreover, that young man had two companions. His companions were also quite strong, having the strength of an advanced silver warrior. I do not know where they came from. Hearing this, Priest Qiushui was even more certain that the young man who broke the holy monument was Zhuowen. She did not doubt that Zhuowen had the strength of a gold warrior. Moreover, Zhuowen and his companions were also in a group of 3. Alice sighed and said, There is still one holy monument left in the temple. Go to the magic formation room on the first floor of the temple and retrieve it. This is the key to the magic formation room. As she spoke, Alice took out a golden key and handed it to the soldier who reported. "Thank you, Saintess." After receiving the key, the soldier nodded slightly, bowed, and left the hall. When only Alice and Priest Chioshui were left in the hall, Priest Chioshui's beautiful eyes flashed slightly. "Finally," she said respectfully, "Saintess, that young man who broke the holy monument should be the Zhuowen I told you about. In the entire Sandstone Island, only he has the strength of a gold warrior." Hearing Priest Chioshui's words, Alice said in surprise, "That Zhuowen who killed the evil creature? That's him. Being able to kill the evil creature already proves that Zhuowen has such strength. Moreover, I believe that Zhuowen is even stronger than the Lord of the Holy City, Lord Otto's. After all, Lord Otto's does not have the strength to kill the evil creature." Priest Chioshui nodded slightly. Hearing Priest Chioshui's evaluation, a trace of surprise appeared in Alice's beautiful eyes. She was rather curious about the young man Zhuowen that Priest Chioshui had mentioned. Boom! 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 Suddenly, an extremely violent explosion came from below the Parthenon temple. Soon after, the entire Parthenon temple trembled violently. Alice and Priest Chioshui in the hall lost their balance due to the tremors and almost fell. "What's going on? Why is the temple suddenly trembling?" Alice's beautiful face changed slightly. "Saintess, it's not good. Someone is attacking the temple." Two panicked maids quickly ran in from outside the hall and shouted loudly. "What? Someone actually dares to attack the temple? How is this possible?" Alice's face changed drastically when she heard this. The Parthenon temple was the core of the holy city. It was also the sacred land of countless lost tribes. For thousands of years, no one had ever attacked the temple, yet it had happened today. Alice quickly regained her composure and asked the maids in front of her, "Did you see who is attacking the temple? It's a group of people in black. There are only 8 of them, but each of them has a tremendous amount of energy. I'm afraid there are several gold warriors among them. Right now, the group of black-robed men were recklessly attacking the array formation outside the holy temple. Saintess, you should quickly enter the secret passage and leave the temple. Those people might be attacking the temple for you," the two maids said in fear. "What? Several gold warriors? How is that possible? Since when did our Sandstone Island have so many gold warriors? Where's the Lord of the Holy City, Otto's? Why hasn't Otto's appeared when someone is attacking the temple?" Alice's face turned pale as she hurriedly asked about Otto's situation. The two maids shook their heads in confusion and said, "It's been many days since we've seen Lord Otto's. We don't know where Lord Otto's is right now." Gotcha! All of a sudden, the entire Parthenon temple started trembling violently. It was as if the heavens and earth were falling apart. The crisp sound of shattering glass rang out. "Oh no, the formations outside the temple have been broken." Alice's pretty face instantly turned pale when the crisp sound rang out. She spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The magic formation of the Parthenon temple was closely related to Saintess Alice. If the magic formation was broken, Saintess Alice would suffer the backlash of the magic formation. "Saintess, we have to leave the temple immediately. The two of you, hurry and help the Saintess." Priest Chioshui made a prompt decision. She ordered the two maids to help Alice and led the way out of the hall. She remembered that the secret passage in the temple was at the corner of the corridor to the left. They would be safe once they entered the passage. Soon, Priest Chioshui and the others arrived at the corner of the corridor. There was an inconspicuous mirror at the corner of the corridor. Priest Chioshui made a hand seal and chanted an obscure incantation. Shortly after, ripples appeared on the surface of the mirror before her, and then a deep secret passageway appeared within the mirror. "Let's go in." Joy appeared on Priest Chioshui's face when she saw the passage in the mirror. She lifted her foot and stepped in. However, a golden aura shot towards her like an arrow the moment she lifted her foot. It slammed into her shoulder. Bang! Chapter 387. Feng Long and Pang Tongzhuan's group of 3 strolled along the street, enjoying the sight of the buildings of different styles in the holy city. Boom! 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 A violent explosion suddenly rang out. Zhuowen's group of 3 came to a halt as they shifted their gazes towards the source of the sound. The explosion came from the Parthenon Temple. Could it be that the 2 teams from Nine Dragons City and Thunder Universe City have started fighting? Gu Xian asked in astonishment. The magnificent Parthenon Temple in the distance was currently shaking violently. A transparent barrier surrounded the Parthenon Temple. It was obviously an extremely powerful defensive formation. Above the defensive formation, a group of 8 people were constantly unleashing extremely powerful primary energy, bombarding the barrier in an attempt to completely destroy the defensive formation. The Parthenon Temple is the core of the holy city. It must contain the secrets of the control center of the Sandstone Island. Previously, Priest Qiushui also mentioned about the power of the holy city. According to her, only those who pass the test of the Parthenon Temple are qualified to obtain the power of the holy city. I'm afraid all the secrets are inside the temple. Come, let's go to the temple. Having said that, Zhuowen took the lead and rushed straight towards the Parthenon Temple in the distance, while Gu Xian and Hu Wuying followed closely behind. In the corridor at the top of the Parthenon Temple, Priest Qiushui stood up with difficulty with the help of another maid. Her beautiful eyes stared at the group of people slowly approaching in front of her in horror. The golden energy just now was extremely terrifying. At this moment, her body felt like it was about to fall apart, and it was extremely difficult for her to even move. Who are you people? Why are you trespassing into the temple? Seeing the group of people slowly approaching from the end of the corridor, Alice asked in a delicate voice. There were 8 people at the end of the corridor, all of them wearing black luxurious clothes. The person in the lead had brown hair and a wicked smile on his face. These 8 people were the team from Nine Dragons City, and the brown-haired man in the lead was the captain of Nine Dragons City. Feng Long, you must be Saintess Alice. Beautiful Miss Alice, there is no need to panic. We have no ill intentions. We only have a small request for trespassing into the temple. I hope Miss Alice can agree to this small request of mine. Feng Long cupped his hands together in an elegant manner. Request? What request? Hearing this, Alice had a bad feeling in her heart. This request is very simple. Legend has it that the Parthenon Temple was built by the only legendary warrior on the Sandstone Island, Alice. Below the Parthenon Temple lies a trial left behind by Alice. Alice once declared that whoever could pass the trial would become the true ruler of the sacred city and control the Sandstone Island. The corners of Feng Long's lips curled up as he continued. That is why our request is for Miss Alice to open the entrance to the training ground beneath the temple. I would like to test the might of that training ground. Your goal is to enter the trial ground beneath the temple? No, the trial beneath the holy temple must not be opened to the public. Alice firmly disagreed when she heard this. Feng Long narrowed his eyes when he heard this. He snorted coldly and said, Miss Alice, as far as I know, the temple has opened the passage to the trial ground many times in the past. Why can't it be open now? You should know that my patience is limited. If you wait for me to lose my patience, I don't know what I will do. Feng Long's right hand moved slightly as he spoke. With a flick of his finger, a golden aura surged out like an arrow. Pucci! The golden energy was like the sharpest arrow, instantly piercing through Priest Qiushui's abdomen. Blood immediately poured out of Priest Qiushui's wound like a faucet that had not been turned on properly. Priest Qiushui's pretty face was pale and in pain. She clutched her wound and collapsed to the ground. Stop, you! Alice's face was pale as she glared at Feng Long with hatred. Miss Alice, I said that my patience is limited. I hope you will not challenge my bottom line again, because I can't guarantee that I won't kill that woman the next time. Feng Long played with his fingers as he spoke in an indifferent tone. Alice suddenly felt dejected when she heard this. She knew that the man in front of her was a cruel and merciless person. He would definitely take Priest Autumn Water's life the next time he made a move. I'll tell you the truth. The king of the Netherworld clan, the king of the evil creatures, was sealed under the temple. Its strength far surpassed other ordinary evil creatures. Even the Golden Warriors were no match for the king of the evil creatures. Only a legendary level warrior can defeat it. The king of evil was sealed here by Lord Alice. The reason Lord Alice built the Parthenon Temple was to suppress the king of evil. As for the trial ground, it was built to select the true lord of the holy city. The king of evil was too powerful. Even Lord Alice was unable to eliminate it. Thus, he could only use the trial ground to select another lord of the holy city. This way, the king of evil could continue to be suppressed. However, thousands of years have passed. Generations of warriors have entered the trial ground. Yet, no one has succeeded in becoming the lord of the holy city and inheriting the power of the holy city. As time passed, the king of evil under the temple gradually awakened. Thus, the king of evil attempted to break through the seal. Due to the Parthenon Temple, the king of evil was unable to break through the seal. However, the king of evil was too powerful. Although it did not break through the seal, its power had invaded the trial ground. The trial ground has now fallen into the king of evil's territory. Entering the trial ground is simply courting death. Moreover, once the passage to the trial ground is opened, the king of evil's power will inevitably enter the Sandstone Island through the passage. When that happens, the king of evil might break out of the seal. When that happens, the people will be plunged into misery and suffering, with mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Alice's pretty face was filled with a dignified expression. In the end, she narrated the unforeseen events of the trial grounds. If the trial grounds had not been eroded by the king of evil creatures, opening the trial grounds would not be a problem. But now they absolutely could not open it. Otherwise, the king of evil creatures might really break out of the seal. The expressions of Feng Long and the others turned grave when they heard this. Although they did not know what the so-called king of evil was, they knew the power of a legendary level warrior. On the Sandstone Island, a legendary level warrior's strength could reach over 1,000,000 kilograms. They could tear the sky apart with a wave of their fist, and crack the earth with a stomp of their foot. They were extremely powerful, comparable to a peak Ultimate Emperor Realm powerhouse in the outside world. However, the king of evil was actually able to contend against an existence like a peak Ultimate Emperor Realm powerhouse. Clearly, its strength was terrifying. This made Feng Long and the others feel rather apprehensive. Seeing that Feng Long and the others were moved, Alice let out a light sigh. She could feel that the strength of the people in front of her was extremely terrifying. In particular, Feng Long's oppressive aura gave her a kind of illusion of vastness. Clearly, Feng Long was an existence that far surpassed the Holy City Lord, Otto's. "Captain, what should we do now? If what Alice said is true, then the trial ground is likely to be a dangerous place," the woman in red suddenly said. Feng Long's eyes darkened. He shook his head and said, "Our Nine-Dragon City must obtain the control center of the Sandstone Island. Otherwise, our Nine-Dragon City will stop at the first floor of the Origin Chi Tower. That's not my style at all. Since that so-called king of evil isn't weaker than a peak Ultimate Emperor Realm powerhouse, I'm very interested in meeting it. After all, I've been suppressing my strength for far too long. It's about time for me to release it. Captain, do you intend to break through after entering the trial ground?" The woman in red frowned when she heard this. "I've been stuck at the half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm for over 2 years. At the same time, I've been preparing for over 2 years. This time, I'm confident that I can withstand the heavenly tribulation. As long as I can endure it, I'll be able to advance to the mid-Ultimate Emperor Realm. Then, I should have no problem facing the king of evil." Feng Long's eyes narrowed as he spoke indifferently. The woman in red immediately revealed an excited expression when she heard this. If Feng Long could successfully advance to the ultimate Emperor realm, then Nine Dragon City would definitely be able to obtain a decent ranking in the competition for the Origin Chi Tower. Miss Alice, I'm very sorry, but we must enter the trial ground. Today, you must open the passage to the trial ground for us. Otherwise, I don't mind going on a killing spree. You should have seen my strength by now. With my strength, killing the silver warriors of the Holy City is as easy as slaughtering dogs. Therefore, I hope that you'll agree to our request. Feng Long's gaze was fixed on Alice at this moment. His tone was flat and unquestionable. Alice's face paled. Just as she was about to say something, a rather ear-piercing explosion suddenly rang out. Then, another group of people appeared at the end of the corridor. Ha! Feng Long, you're pretty fast. You actually found the Holy Maiden so quickly. A somewhat savage laugh suddenly rang out from the corridor behind them. Feng Long and the others frowned and turned their heads to look behind them. They saw a group of 8 people slowly walking towards them from the end of the corridor. The person in the lead was about 25 years old. He had a sturdy body, and what was even stranger was that this person had a head of short white hair. Each strand of hair stood up like silver needles. Moreover, strands of lightning flickered between his white hair like spirit snake. Thunder Universe City's captain, Pang Tong. Feng Long narrowed his eyes and coldly stared at Pang Tong, who was striding towards them. What? You don't welcome me? The fight for control of the island this time will depend on our own abilities. When we enter the trial ground, it will depend on which of us obtains the key first. Chapter 388. Field of Trials. The person Pang Tong had casually tossed to the ground was a middle-aged man. He had a muscular body and was slightly taller than Pang Tong. He wore golden armor, but at this moment, the golden armor was cracked and broken. It was obvious that it had gone through an extremely fierce battle. When Alice and the others saw the man who had been tossed to the ground, they were shocked. This man in golden armor was the current lord of the Holy City, Otto's. No wonder I didn't see any of you. You went to deal with Otto's. Feng Long looked indifferently at the unconscious Otto's on the ground, and said with a slight smirk. After all, this guy is the lord of the Holy City in name. He looks strong, but he can't take a beating at all. This kind of trash can be called the lord of the Holy City. What a joke. Pang Tong laughed unscrupulously as he kicked Otto's back and said, "Don't play dead with me. Hurry up and wake up." Poochie. Otto's immediately spat out a mouthful of blood from Pang Tong's kick and woke up from his coma. When Otto saw that he was under Pang Tong's foot, his eyes were filled with anger. "Bastard! I'll kill you!" With a roar, Otto's pounced at Pang Tong without any regard for his life. "Trash! You want to kill me with this little strength of yours? You really don't know what's good for you." Pang Tong sneered and stomped his foot forward. A bolt of lightning as thick as a child's arm suddenly burst out from the ground and bombarded Otto's chest. Poochie! Otto spat out another mouthful of blood. His entire body was suspended in the air by the powerful lightning energy. Pang Tong smiled cruelly and smashed his right elbow down, smashing directly into Otto's back. Boom! Otto's was directly smashed into the ground. The powerful force immediately blasted a human-shaped hole in the white stone floor. Otto's was embedded in the ground, struggling silently. Pang Tong stepped on Otto's face and stared at Alice with a cruel gaze. "You should be the saintess of this temple, right? Now I'll give you a chance. Open the passage to the trial ground immediately, or I'll crush Otto's head. I'll only give you 3 seconds. If you don't give me a clear answer, don't blame me for being merciless. I'll start counting now. 1, 2, 3. Alice's pretty face instantly turned pale when she saw the bloody Otto's beneath Pang Tong's foot. She gritted her teeth and said, "Let Otto's go, and I agree to open the trial grounds." Hee. I like people who know how to adapt to circumstances. Since you've agreed, I'll return this trash to you. Grinning, Pang Tong kicked Otto's over to Alice. He crossed his arms and quietly waited for Alice to open the tunnel to the trial ground. On the other hand, Feng Long and the others simply stood aside and watched coldly. Their goal was the same as Pang Tong's. They all needed Alice to open the passage to the trial ground. Thus, they naturally wouldn't stop Pang Tong's actions. After handing Otto's over to the two maids, Alice glanced indifferently at Pang Tong, Feng Long, and the others. She said indifferently, "Follow me into the sacred hall. If you want to open the tunnel to the trial ground, you'll need the help of the sacred hall." After saying that, Alice ignored Feng Long, Pang Tong, and the others. She took the lead and entered the sacred hall at the back of the corridor. Feng Long and Pang Tong looked at each other and followed Alice into the sacred hall without hesitation. In their opinion, Alice was completely powerless. She couldn't play any tricks in front of them. A huge crystal ball floated in the middle of the sacred hall. At this moment, the crystal ball was emitting a lustrous white light. Alice came in front of the crystal ball and knelt on the ground with a devout expression. She put her palms together and chanted an obscure incantation. After that, Alice extended her jade-like hand and gently touched the surface of the crystal ball. Immediately, an extremely dazzling white light erupted from the crystal ball. The white light, which was like a scorching sun, gradually gathered above the crystal ball and gradually formed a huge door of light. This door of light was 100 feet tall and 50 feet wide. The trial ground is on the other side of the door of light. Right now, the trial ground is out of control. I don't know what will happen inside. So, you'd better take care of yourselves," Alice said coldly. Feng Long narrowed his eyes and stared at the door of light. No one knew what he was thinking. Pang Tong, on the other hand, snorted coldly and gave Alice a warning glare. He lifted his foot and was about to step into the door of light. However, the moment he lifted his foot, the identity token on his waist suddenly vibrated and emitted a dazzling white light. The identity token lit up. "Another team is coming? Feng Long, didn't you say that there are only 2 teams in the entire Holy City? Why is there another team here?" Pang Tong stopped and looked at the token on his waist that was vibrating strangely. He frowned and said, "On this sandstone island, there shouldn't be a team that can threaten our 9 Dragons City and your Thunder Universe City. Don't tell me you're afraid of that team?" The token on Feng Long's waist also vibrated. However, he didn't care at all. He just stared at Pang Tong with a mocking expression. "Afraid? I, Pang Tong, have never been afraid of anything. However, I'm a little curious. Your 9 Dragons City and our Thunder Universe City are ranked at the top of the high-grade cities. Both of you are powerful existences. What I don't understand is that there is actually a team that dares to compete with us when they know that both of our teams exist. They are quite courageous. However, I wonder which team is that reckless team?" Pang Tong laughed mischievously. "Actually, I'm also a little curious about the origin of that team. Why don't we wait and see for the time being? Let's see which team dares to compete with our 2 teams for the control of the island." Feng Long crossed his arms and the corners of his mouth curled up. Dang dang dang! The 2 teams didn't have to wait for too long. Clear footsteps came from outside the sacred hall. Soon after, 3 figures appeared at the entrance of the sacred hall. "We finally made it. That light door should be the entrance to the training ground." The leader of the 3 figures was a black-haired young man. This young man was Zhuowen, who had rushed over in a hurry. As soon as he entered the sacred hall, he placed all his attention on the light door. The 3 of them had naturally encountered the injured priestess Qiu Shui when they were in the corridor leading into the sacred hall. Priestess Qiu Shui had told the 3 of them everything that had happened without hiding anything. As a result, the 3 of them were able to tell at a glance that the huge door of light was the entrance to the trial grounds after entering the sacred hall. Swoosh! The appearance of Zhuowen and the other 2 immediately attracted the attention of the teams from 9 Dragons City and Thunder Universe City. However, when the two teams discovered that the token on Zhuowen's waist was only a mundane rank token, a strange expression appeared in everyone's eyes. A team from a low-grade city? You guys really overestimate yourselves. You're obviously trash from a low-grade city, but you actually dare to compete with us, two high-grade cities. I really don't know if water has entered your heads? Pang Tong grinned and laughed, not hiding the contempt and ridicule on his face. The corners of Feng Long's mouth curled into a smile. Although he had already guessed that the team would be from a low-grade city, he didn't expect it to be from a low-grade city. This made Feng Long uninterested in Zhuowen and the other two. How strong could a team from a low-grade city be? It was likely that none of the three would survive after entering the training ground. Ignore these three guys. Pang Tong will go in first. The control center of the Sandstone Island belongs to our 9 Dragons City. I'm afraid it won't be so easy for your Thunder Universe City to obtain it. Ha! With a loud laugh, Feng Long led the team from 9 Dragons City and entered the light door without hesitation. Soon, they disappeared from everyone's sight. Pang Tong narrowed his eyes and stared at Feng Long's group, who had disappeared into the light door. He coldly snorted and said, "You guys are really confident. The training ground isn't so simple. It won't be easy for your 9 Dragons City to pass through." As he spoke, Pang Tong's gaze directly focused on Zhuowen and the other two in front of him. The corners of his mouth curled slightly as he said, "3 trash from a low-grade city. Let me kindly remind you that you should know your limit. Otherwise you will die an unjust death." After speaking, Pang Tong waved his hand and led the team from Thunder Universe City into the light door. Gu Xian, Wu Ying, the two of you don't have to go in. Priest Qiushui has already reminded you that the training ground has already been eroded by the power of the King of Evil Beings. If the two of you enter, I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to protect yourself. I can go in by myself. Looking at Gu Xian and Hu Wuying beside him, Zhuowen said with a calm expression. Hearing this, Gu Xian and Hu Wuying hesitated for a moment. In the end, they nodded. They also knew that their current strength was too weak and couldn't help Zhuowen at all. Therefore, they didn't stubbornly follow Zhuowen into the training ground. "Zhuowen, you have to be careful. If you really can't hold on, then erase the words on the identity token. That way, you can directly teleport out of the Vitality Tower." Gu Xian and Hu Wuying both nodded and said. Nodding slightly, Zhuowen turned around and was about to enter the light door when a graceful woman with long blonde hair suddenly blocked his path. "You are the Saintess Alice?" Looking at the blonde beauty in front of him, Zhuowen asked with some uncertainty. Nodding, Alice stared closely at Zhuowen and said, "You are Zhuowen. I heard Priest Qiushui often mention you. I also know that you have a powerful power to destroy evil beings. Perhaps you really can pass the test of the training ground and master the power of the Holy City. I have a small request. I hope that after you obtain the power of the Holy City, you can help our vestigial clan destroy the King of Evil Beings under the seal. Otherwise, when the King of Evil Beings breaks out of the seal, the entire vestigial clan on the Sandstone Island will be exterminated." Looking at Alice in front of him, Zhuowen said with a smile, "You are so confident that I can pass the test of the training ground." Chapter 389. Eris Doppelganger. Looking at the serious expression on Alice's pretty face, Zhuowen rubbed his nose guiltily and said, "Yes. If I can really obtain the power of the Holy City, I will naturally help your vestigial clan deal with the King of Evil Creatures." Even if Alice didn't mention it, Zhuowen had already planned to meet the King of Evil Creatures. One must know that the evil creature he killed in the Clearwater tribe previously contained the bloodline of a true dragon. Although the bloodline of a true dragon was extremely rare, it was still able to upgrade the Moon Demon Dragon Spine Spear from a low high-class soul treasure to a mid-high-class soul treasure. The King of Evil Creatures was an existence that was above all other evil creatures. It was likely that the bloodline of a true dragon in its body was much richer than that of ordinary evil creatures. If he were to absorb the blood essence of the king of evil creatures, the moon demon dragon's spine spear in his hand would most likely undergo a transformation. At that time, his strength would most likely rise to another level. Whoosh! With a light step, Zhuo stepped into the door of light. His figure disappeared before their eyes in an instant. Zhuo, this time, it's all up to you. I hope you can really pass the test of the training ground. Gu Xin and Hu Wuying both clenched their fists and whispered nervously. This was a fiery red world. When Zhuowen's feet stepped onto the ground, a fiery heat wave suddenly hit him in the face, causing Zhuowen to involuntarily frown. Looking around, Zhuowen discovered that he was currently in an open space similar to a plaza. The ground of the open space had fiery red cracks, and within these cracks, a fiery red liquid was slowly flowing like a stream. Upon closer inspection, Zhuowen discovered that the fiery red liquid within the cracks was actually magma. The entire open space was flowing with magma. If not for the existence of the cracks on the ground, Zhuowen suspected that the magma would have overflowed. There were 4 thick pillars that pierced the clouds around the empty space. Black chains were intertwined around the surface of the pillars. An icy cold glow faintly seeped out from the surface of the chains, causing the entire empty space to appear extremely strange. Outside the open space, there was a constantly tumbling sea of magma. This sea of magma was endless as far as the eye could see, and from time to time, huge waves of magma would surge up from within the sea of magma. They were like giant dragons that howled and wreaked havoc, causing one to feel fear just by looking at them. Ci. A soft voice suddenly sounded in the open space. Immediately, the lava around the open space gathered and surged in the air like arrows. Not long after, it condensed into a muscular and handsome middle-aged man several thousand feet above the open space. The middle-aged man had short golden hair similar to Otto's, and even his face was quite similar to Otto's. At first glance, Zhuowen thought that the middle-aged man condensed from magma was Otto's. Hello. Trial taker, my name is Alice. I am the creator of this trial ground. What you see now is my doppelganger. The middle-aged man's face was stiff and his eyes were devoid of color. He just recited mechanically. Alice? It's actually the only Alice on the Sandstone Island who has reached the legendary level. Looking at the middle-aged man in the sky, Zhuowen could not help but whisper. As I once said, if you can pass the trial I set up, then you will be able to obtain the most precious thing on the Sandstone Island, which is the power of the Holy City. You will also become the new lord of the Holy City and control the lifeline of the entire Sandstone Island. You will become a powerhouse respected by tens of thousands of people. This doppelganger of Alice obviously did not have the slightest intelligence. He just recited mechanically and did not give Zhuowen a chance to ask any questions. Of course, Zhuowen himself also knew that it was undoubtedly more difficult than ascending to the heavens to ask some questions from this doppelganger that seemed to have no intelligence. Then what is the trial you set up? Although Zhuowen knew that this doppelganger of Alice did not have the slightest intelligence, he still subconsciously asked. However, to Zhuowen's surprise, the doppelganger of Alice, who was originally stiff in the sky, suddenly smiled strangely. This smile only appeared for a moment before it disappeared, and his stiff expression was restored. Alice doppelganger said, "Kill the netherworld race." After Alice finished speaking, he did not speak anymore. He just floated in the air above the open space and looked down at Zhuowen below. Kill the netherworld race? Hearing this, Zhuowen could not help but feel a little puzzled. The so-called netherworld race was an evil being. Priest Qiushui had mentioned it before. Awo! Just as Zhuowen was feeling puzzled, a mournful howl suddenly sounded above the open space. Immediately, the sea of magma outside the open space suddenly surged and a huge monster suddenly appeared in front of Zhuowen. Looking over, Zhuowen recognized at a glance that this monster was the evil being he had encountered when he was in the Qingshui tribe. However, the evil being in front of him was smaller in size than the one he had encountered in the sealed area. Moreover, the aura emitted from its body was also much weaker than the one Zhuowen had encountered last time. I just have to kill this evil being in front of me? This trial isn't that difficult. Looking at the evil being in front of him, the corners of Zhuowen's mouth curved. Previously, he had killed an evil being. Moreover, the evil being in front of him was far weaker than the one in the sealed area, whether it was in size or aura. With Zhuowen's current strength, he could easily kill this evil being even without using the Icefire Lotus. Awo! As if it had noticed the disdain in the eyes of the human in front of it, the evil being roared and stomped its feet on the ground. Its huge black claws directly clawed at Zhuowen's neck. Humph! You overestimate yourself. With a cold snort, Zhuowen suddenly pulled out the Demon Moon Dragon's Pine spear from his Qiankuan bag. The blood-red spear emitted an extremely terrifying blood energy. Demon Moon Secret Codex 5th Style, Blood Explosion Style. Zhuowen roared and brandished the spear with both hands. Countless blood energy gushed out from the blood-red spear. Then, he stomped his feet forward. With the spear in his hand, he swiftly stabbed out like a swimming dragon. In an instant, countless blood-red spear rain enveloped the evil being in front of him. Poochie! Before the evil being could react, it was pierced through by the blood-red spear rain. Without any resistance, it fell in front of Zhuowen. Isn't this evil being a little too weak? Logically speaking, the Demon Moon Dragon's Pine spear shouldn't be able to pierce through that evil being's tough body so easily. Zhuowen was puzzled as he gazed at the evil being that had already died at his feet. The evil being that Zhuowen had encountered in the Qingshui tribe was extremely difficult to deal with. Its tough body was enough to withstand a round of attacks from an ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. At that time, it had been a huge headache for Zhuowen. However, this evil being in the trial grounds was a little too weak. It couldn't even withstand a single strike from Zhuowen's spear. This filled Zhuowen's heart with puzzlement. Zhuowen raised his head slightly and looked at Alyssa's clone in the sky. He frowned and said, I've already killed this nether race. I should be considered to have passed. However, Alyssa's clone in the sky didn't move at all. He was like a stone statue and didn't hear Zhuowen at all. Awo! Awo! At this moment, the sea of lava once again surged with an extremely majestic wave. Two sharp roars abruptly swept out from within the wave. Two rather large evil beings directly pounced towards Zhuowen. As expected, there are more. It looks like this trial isn't as simple as I thought. Zhuowen wasn't afraid at all when he saw the two evil beings rushing towards him. He pointed his spear at the void and immediately used the fourth move of the Demon Moon Secret Manual, Blood Burst Form. Boom! The blood-red spear seemed to have transformed into a huge blood-red mountain and directly crushed the two evil beings in the air. The powerful force caused the blood and qi in the two evil beings to explode and turn them into a bloody pulp. After killing the second batch, another 4 evil beings emerged from the sea of lava and continued to rush towards Zhuowen without fear of death. 4, 8, 16, the pattern of each batch of evil beings appearing was twice as fast as the previous batch. Moreover, each wave of evil beings was more ferocious than the previous one. In the beginning, Zhuowen had an easier time dealing with them. After all, the strength of these evil beings in the trial ground was far lower than the evil beings sealed in the Qingshui tribe. Zhuowen could kill many evil beings with a casual sweep of his spear. Many ants could kill an elephant. When the number of evil beings increased to 256, Zhuowen also began to have difficulty dealing with them. The evil beings rushed towards Zhuowen from all directions like a tidal wave. Their sharp claws emitted a cold light as they unceremoniously grabbed at the vital parts of Zhuowen's body. With so many evil beings attacking at the same time, even Zhuowen couldn't defend himself in an instant. Therefore, many of them slipped through the gaps in Zhuowen's defense and directly grabbed at the latter's vital parts. Demon Moon Secret Codex 3rd Style, Blood Maple Dance. Countless blood chi suddenly gushed out from Zhuowen's meridians and immediately formed blood-stained maple leaves around Zhuowen's body. When the evil beings broke through his defense and attacked the vital parts of his body, they were all blocked by the blood-stained maple leaves on the surface of Zhuowen's body. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The blood-stained maple leaves had an extremely terrifying corrosive effect. The moment the evil beings that directly attacked Zhuowen's body came into contact with the blood-stained maple leaves, they were all corroded into nothingness by the powerful corrosive effect. All of you die. Demon Moon Secret Codex 5th Style. Blood Explosion Style. Explode, explode, explode. At this moment, Zhuowen's body was bathed in blood. Holding the blood-stained great spear, he suddenly swept it horizontally. In an instant, dozens of evil beings were crushed by the great spear. Countless evil beings' blood essence condensed into dozens of palm-sized blood-stained spheres. Boom, boom, boom. The instant the blood-stained spheres were formed, they flew out in all directions and bombarded the evil beings in the surroundings. Soon after, an extremely ear-piercing explosion suddenly rang out. The evil beings that originally wanted to pounce on Hoi Yuhao were all blown to smithereens by the explosive energy. Huff, huff, huff. Panting slightly, Zhuowen's gaze gradually became solemn. He didn't expect that the evil beings would actually increase in number the more he fought. Most likely, if this continued, he would really exhaust all the essence energy in his body. Chapter 390. Mother Nest Magma Wave after wave of evil beings pounced on Zhuowen without fear of death. Wave after wave of evil beings pounced on Zhuowen. When the first wave died, the next wave took its place. In just an instant, the entire open space was filled with evil beings, causing one's scalp to go numb. Zhuowen, who was in the middle of the open space, had unleashed the 5th move of the Moon Demon Secret Codex, Blood Explosion, to the extreme. Powerful blood energy constantly crushed the evil creatures around him. At the same time, the energy of the blood explosion was constantly absorbing the blood essence of the evil creatures, creating a continuous flow of blood-colored balls. The moment the blood-colored balls were created, they instantly exploded. The powerful explosion crushed even more evil creatures. The blood explosion was originally a move suitable for group battles. With this move, Zhuowen had a much easier time dealing with the endless horde of evil creatures. However, he still couldn't withstand the endless stream of evil creatures that pounced on him from all directions. In every wave, there would always be many evil creatures that broke through Zhuowen's defense and attacked him. Fortunately, the blood-colored maple leaves around Zhuowen's body had an astonishing defensive power. They could basically block the attacks of the evil creatures that slipped through the net. This is already the 20th wave. The number of evil creatures has already reached more than 1,000. Could it be that it's not over yet? Zhuowen muttered to himself with a heavy expression as he barely managed to deal with the densely packed evil creatures around him. Although Zhuowen could still hold on by relying on the Moon Demon Secret Codex's Blood Explosion and Blood Maple Dance, if there was another wave, the number of evil creatures would double again. That would be close to 2,000. When that time came, Zhuowen wasn't sure if he could handle it. Thinking of this, Zhuowen couldn't help but raise his head and look at Alyssa's doppelganger. However, when he looked over, he was surprised to find that Alyssa's doppelganger had actually disappeared. What about Alyssa's doppelganger? Why did it disappear? Zhuowen couldn't help but be surprised. Boy, be careful. That Alyssa's doppelganger is a little strange. That guy is now mixed in with the evil creatures and is quietly approaching you. Xiao Hei's solemn voice suddenly sounded in his mind. As soon as Xiao Hei spoke, the sound of the wind tearing through the air suddenly swept out from behind Zhuowen. Countless energy spirals fiercely spun like spirals, sharp and strange. Zhuowen instantly felt the sound of wind breaking behind him. Although he really wanted to dodge, The endless evil beings around him almost exhausted him from running for his life. He simply couldn't do anything else. Looks like I can only take it head-on. As he spoke, the origin energy within Zhuo Wen's meridians suddenly surged out explosively, causing the blood-red maple leaves around him to become even more dazzling and bright, and they'd practically attained the state of being dense like blood. Whoosh! The sound of wind breaking could be heard in an instant. It was a long spear made purely of magma. On the surface of the long spear, there was even a large amount of flowing magma liquid. Boom! The magma spear instantly blasted the blood-colored maple leaves on the surface of Zhuowen's body. The unique high temperature of the magma actually faintly showed signs of melting the blood-colored maple leaf. As expected, the blood-colored maple leaves were only able to withstand the attack of the magma spear for a moment before being blasted into fine powder. Whoosh! After breaking through the defense of the blood-colored maple leaves, the magma spear swept towards Zhuowen's back like a hot knife through butter. If the spear directly hit Zhuowen's back, it was very likely that Zhuowen's spine would be broken. Humph! Infinite Sword Gale, come out! However, Zhuowen was not in a hurry. He patted his storage bag and instantly took out the Grade 4 Vital Array, Infinite Sword Gale. Clang clang clang! The sound of metal clashing suddenly whistled out. 108 sword-shaped soul treasures exuded a sharp cold light and instantly surrounded Zhuowen's body like an impenetrable copper wall. Bang! At the same time, the magma spear violently blasted the defense of the Infinite Sword Gale. In an instant, countless sparks burst out like stars in the night sky, gorgeous and dazzling. After all, the Infinite Sword Gale was a Grade 4 Vital Array. Furthermore, it was formed by 108 sword-shaped soul treasures. Hence, one could imagine how hard it was. With a cracking sound, the magma spear violently collided with the defense of the Infinite Sword Gale and instantly disintegrated. You have a lot of treasures on you. You can actually annihilate my magma spear by relying on your defense. The 108 sword-shaped soul treasures around you are very unusual. A sharp voice suddenly came from the surrounding evil creatures. Alice's doppelganger? Although the voice became much sharper, Zhuowen could still recognize the owner of the voice. It was Alice's doppelganger who had told him about the trial at the beginning. However, what Zhuowen did not understand was that Alice's doppelganger did not have any spiritual intelligence. Why was he able to speak so fluently and even sneak attack him from behind? However, Zhuowen quickly recalled what Alice had said. It was said that the trial ground under the Divine Temple had been eroded by the king of evil creatures. Perhaps Alice's doppelganger was simply a fake, and it was very likely that he was. You are the king of evil creatures? Zhuowen's hand movements were not slow. The crimson spear was like cutting straw as it rapidly harvested the evil creatures around him like a tide. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and said loudly, Kid, you are quite smart. Your guess is 70 to 80% correct. In order to let you know, I will not be secretive. I am the extremely honorable Netherworld King, the king of all the Netherworld race. This trial ground built by Eris has been completely invaded by this king. This entire place is this king's territory. You and the other two teams are simply courting death by barging in. Therefore, you should accept your fate. There is no need to struggle. The open space you are in is the mother nest magma created by me. In the magma, there is an endless number of Netherworld race larvae. You can't kill all of these larvae at all. When the time comes, you will only die from exhaustion. The sharp voice became extremely gloomy at this time. Hearing this, Zhuowen's expression changed. He did not expect to fall into the mother nest magma created by the Netherworld King as soon as he entered the trial ground. Moreover, Zhuowen finally understood why the evil creatures that appeared in the open space were so weak. It turned out that they were only larvae of the Netherworld race. Moreover, according to what the Netherworld King said just now, The teams from Nine Dragons City and Thunder Universe City that entered earlier than him seemed to have fallen into a similar situation. Obviously, this Mother Nest magma was not just here. It was very likely that there were several similar Mother Nest magma locations. Xiao He. What should I do now? If I continue to fight, the number of evil creatures will only increase. In the end, I will definitely be exhausted to death. While dealing with the evil creatures around him, Zhuowen hurriedly called out to Xiao He in his mind. He knew that Xiao He, an ancient antique that had lived for 10,000 years, would definitely have a solution. This so-called Mother Nest magma is rather interesting. However, there is nothing in this world that is invincible and has no weakness. Boy, as long as you kill the Netherworld King's clone that is hiding among the evil creatures, this Mother Nest magma will lose its energy supply and be completely destroyed. Regardless of whether it was experience or observation, Zhuowen could not compare to an ancient antique like Xiao He. Therefore, Zhuowen did not doubt that Xiao He could see the weakness of the Mother Nest magma. The only way to find the Netherworld King's clone that is hiding among the evil creatures is to wipe out all the evil creatures in the open space. Looking at the dense horde of evil creatures on the ground, Zhuowen also felt a slight headache. It was not easy to eliminate so many evil creature larvae in an instant. No, there are too many evil creatures. Even if we wipe out most of them, the Mother Nest magma will produce more evil creature larvae. It is impossible to wipe out all the evil creatures in the open space in an instant. After looking around the open space, Zhuowen quickly rejected the idea of wiping out the evil creatures in the open space. This idea was simply unrealistic to him. Boy, wait for an opportunity. Since the Netherworld King's clone has already attacked you once, there will definitely be a second time. As long as you appear to be on the verge of collapse and are surrounded by danger, the Netherworld King's clone will definitely not be able to hold back and attack. Therefore, you can only wait for now. Wait for the Netherworld King's clone to attack. That will be your only chance. Xiao He's voice rang out again. Hearing this, Zhuowen's eyes immediately lit up. He nodded cautiously and continued to focus on dealing with the evil creatures in the surrounding area. At the same time, Zhuowen intentionally or unintentionally showed signs of difficulty. Among the densely packed evil creatures, a figure that did not fit in with the evil creatures in the surroundings was like a venomous snake hunting for its prey. It lay dormant quietly, and a pair of sharp eyes silently observed the figure in the middle of the open space, who was doing his best to kill the evil creatures. This figure was a Lys clone that had appeared in the open space at the beginning. At this moment, a Lys clone's eyes were an extremely strange scarlet color. It was the Netherworld King's clone in disguise. This kid is really difficult to deal with. I can't believe he can hold on until now. However, I would like to see how long you can hold on. When you start to show signs of exhaustion, that will be the time of your death. The Netherworld King was very patient. He had been lying dormant among the evil creatures as he silently observed Zhuowen in the middle of the open space. Time passed by in this strange atmosphere. Half a day passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Zhuowen, who was in the open space, finally began to show signs of exhaustion. There was an endless stream of evil creatures around him. Many of them broke through Zhuowen's defense and attacked Zhuowen mercilessly with their dark, sharp claws. Fortunately, Zhuowen's body was surrounded by an iron wall formed by the infinite sword force. Therefore, he was still able to hold on. Half a day has passed. This kid shouldn't be able to hold on any longer. It's time to kill this kid. The Netherworld King's scarlet eyes flickered continuously. He quietly crept closer to the center of the open space. At the same time, the Netherworld King's right hand had secretly condensed a magma dagger. Now is the time. This kid is dead meat. Chapter 391. King of Hades Whoosh. The Lord of the Underworld approached Zhuowen silently. His right hand, which was holding the dagger, was as swift as lightning as he slashed at Zhuowen's neck. The corners of his mouth curled up into a smug smile. He knew that the brat in front of him was dead meat. Clang! The sound of metal colliding resounded abruptly, and then the Nether King's pupils constricted abruptly. Because he noticed that when his dagger struck Zhuowen's neck, it was as if he'd struck an extremely hard rock, and it actually caused strands of sparks to erupt. At the same time, he noticed that the skin on Zhuowen's neck was actually suffused with a trace of a strange glazed sheen. How is that possible? How could this kid's body be so tough? Even the dagger made of lava couldn't break his skin? At this moment, the Lord of the Underworld was stunned. The dagger that he had swung out had accurately struck Zhuowen's neck. However, he had never imagined that this person's physical body would be so terrifyingly tough. He had actually withstood the dagger's attack. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. Lord of the Underworld, since you've delivered yourself to me, don't blame me for being impolite. Zhuowen turned his neck and looked coldly at the stunned Lord of the Underworld from the corner of his eyes. Not good. Retreat. The Lord of the Underworld cursed in his heart. He stomped his foot on the ground and was about to retreat rapidly. However, how could Zhuowen, who had been waiting for this moment, allow the Lord of the Underworld to leave just like that? Where are you going? Since you're here, there's no need for you to leave. With a low shout, Zhuowen reached out with his right hand at lightning speed. His skin, which glowed with a glassy luster, was not afraid of being bitten by the evil beings in the surroundings. He directly grabbed one of the Lord of the Underworld's hands. Damn it! Let go right now! The King of the Netherworld howled fiercely, and his expression instantly became extremely savage. At the same time, the attacks of the countless evil creature larvae became extremely ferocious. They pounced directly on Zhuowen's body, breaking through the defense of the blood-colored maple leaves outside Zhuowen's body in an instant. Then, they fiercely bombarded the defense of the infinite sword aura. Brat, I advise you to let go. Otherwise, my children will drown you in an instant, and no one will be able to save you. The Nether King's clone didn't have much combat strength. After probing it a while ago, Zhuowen also discovered that the strength of this clone was equivalent to a cultivator at the perfect Heavenly King stage. Clearly, this clone wasn't specifically used for combat. Instead, it was used to replenish the mother nest's magma so that it could continuously produce a sufficient number of evil creature larvae. This was an extremely rare opportunity. If he were to give it up, Zhuowen knew that it would be extremely difficult for him to capture the clone of the Lord of the Underworld. Hence, he could not give up now. Humph! Lightning Serpent Wings, Lightning Flood Dragon Wings, activate! Ignoring the Nether King's threat, Zhuowen let out a low roar and stomped his foot on the ground. In an instant, countless bolts of lightning filled the surroundings of Zhuowen's body. Many evil beings were struck by this sudden lightning and turned into ashes. Whoosh! Countless bolts of lightning condensed on Zhuowen's back and turned into two pairs of enormous lightning wings. Countless lightning serpents surged out of the lightning serpent wings, and the lightning flood dragon wings released densely packed lightning flood dragons. In an instant, all the evil beings within a 50-feet radius around Zhuowen were wiped out. You actually still have a trump card. Damn it, you've been hiding your strength all this time. Seeing the two pairs of terrifying lightning wings on Zhuowen's back, the Nether King's expression instantly turned extremely ugly. Even now, he still couldn't figure out that Zhuowen's physical exhaustion was just an act. Now, stop these evil creature larvae in the open space. Otherwise, I'll kill you right away. Grabbing the Nether King's right arm with his right hand, Zhuowen didn't slow down. His left hand turned into a claw and grabbed the Nether King's neck as he spoke with a cold gaze. Haha! It's my bad luck to fall into your hands. However, you want my children to stop? That's just wishful thinking. Hee. Do you think that as long as you kill me, you'll be able to make the mother nest magma lose its energy supply? The Nether King's crimson eyes were filled with mockery as he spoke coldly. Hearing that, Zhuowen's gaze suddenly turned cold, and an ominous premonition flashed through his heart. To tell you the truth, you're right. This piece of magma is provided by this incarnation of mine. However, this king has a habit of storing a certain amount of energy in the magma. This is for the sake of being prepared. Lord Hell continued before Zhuowen could answer. You're right. This piece of magma is provided by this incarnation of mine. However, I have a habit of storing a certain amount of energy in the magma. In other words, even if this clone of mine dies, the mother nest magma won't stop immediately. Instead, it will continue to produce the Nether King's larvae. The mother nest magma will only stop when all the energy I've stored is used up. However, I don't know if you'll be able to hold on until then. At this point, the Nether King stared provocatively at Zhuowen with a cold smile on his face. Zhuowen's face instantly turned gloomy. If what the Nether King said was true, even if he killed the clone of the Nether King, the mother nest magma surrounding the empty space would not stop operating. At that time, the number of evil beings would continue to increase. No matter what you choose, you'll end up dead. Therefore, I advise you to let go of this clone of mine and die obediently. At that time, I might even leave you with a complete corpse. The Nether King became even more complacent when he saw that Zhuowen's expression had changed. Noisy fellow, since you're useless, then go to hell. Zhuowen stared coldly at the Nether King. He clenched his fist, and a violent origin energy immediately invaded the Nether King's body. With a crisp cracking sound, the Nether King was instantly blasted into ashes by the powerful origin energy. Good. You've really got guts. Since you've killed my clone, you can forget about living. Children, attack as much as you want. As soon as the Nether King's clone died, a tyrannical voice suddenly sounded from afar. The voice was filled with rage. It was obvious that the voice came from the main body of the Nether King, who was in the depths of the training ground. Roar! As soon as the voice of the Nether King's main body sounded, all the evil beings on the empty space howled excitedly at the sky. Soon after, they attacked Zhuowen even more ferociously. Almost all of them did not care about their lives. Moreover, the mother nest magma was creating more evil beings at a faster speed than before. Now the entire empty space was filled with a black mass of evil beings. In just an instant, the pressure on Zhuowen increased by a lot. Both of his hands quickly brandished the blood-colored great spear. The yuan power in his body was even more extravagant. Again and again, he killed all the evil creature larvae that approached him. The cruel fresh blood almost dyed Zhuowen's entire body into a strange bloodman. If you want to kill me, Zhuowen, it won't be that easy. Zhuowen's eyes had also turned red from the killing. With a roar from his throat, he used all the moves in the Yaoi's secret manual again and again, turning the endless number of evil beings into a sea of blood. Fortunately, Zhuowen relied on the defense of the blood maple dance, the boundless sword intent, and the 2 pairs of lightning wings, so he didn't suffer too much damage. Even if he was surrounded by evil beings, he could rely on the speed of his lightning wings to avoid fatal attacks. Of course, the disadvantage of using all his strength like this was that the origin energy in Zhuowen's body was depleted too quickly. In the blink of an eye, nearly half of his origin energy had been consumed. Fortunately, Zhuowen's dantian still retained some origin energy. Relying on this origin energy, the speed at which Zhuowen replenished his origin energy was greatly increased. This was why he was able to hold on. Just as Zhuowen was bathed in blood and killing in the lava of the mother nest, in the depths of the training ground sat an extremely magnificent castle. If one looked carefully, this castle was purely formed by countless black chains. Waves of strange and eerie aura spread out from the castle. On top of the black castle's high walls, a slender figure stood quietly. This was a youth who looked to be about 15 years old. He had black hair and black eyes. Even his lips were purplish-black. He was dressed in a purplish-black robe, and his entire body emitted a trace of the aura of nobility. At this moment, the black-haired youth frowned slightly. His delicate face revealed a trace of ferocity as he muttered to himself, The first broodmother's doppelganger had been dealt with, and by a young boy who had come alone to deal with it. This king's doppelganger is not so easy to kill. Once you kill it, you must be prepared to be killed. That brat will definitely not be able to withstand the final counterattack of the mother nest's magma. After all, that brat is alone and his strength is extremely limited. Even if he is very strong, under the attacks of countless netherworld race youngsters, there will come a time when his strength will be exhausted. At that time, that brat will die. The youthful netherworld king did not care about the mother nest where Zhuowen was at. In his opinion, Zhuowen was dead meat. However, the other two teams have 8 people, and each of them is not weak. In particular, the captains of the 2 teams are not weaker than the youth in the first mother nest. If the 8 of them work together, it is very likely that they will be able to break through the mother nest's attack and reach this netherworld castle. It's been a long time since I met a stronger opponent. I hope these 2 teams can let this king have a little more fun. The black-haired youth muttered to himself, and an extremely strange smile appeared on his face. However, the smile at the corner of his mouth soon froze, and his expression changed drastically as he looked in the direction of the first mother nest. What? The first mother nest's magma has been broken through? How did this brat do it? At this moment, the netherworld king's expression was filled with disbelief. This was because he had sensed that the first mother nest's magma had been directly destroyed. Yes, it had been directly destroyed, and not because the mother nest's magma had run out of energy and stopped functioning. Chapter 392. Attack. If this goes on, I'll definitely be exhausted to death by these nefarious larvae. Furthermore, I don't know how much energy the Nether King's clone has stored in the mother nest's magma, or how much more energy it can sustain the mother nest's magma. I need to get rid of the mother nest's magma in one go. Surrounded by the endless wave of nefarious larvae, Zhuowen's gaze became increasingly solemn. He knew that if he continued to waste his energy on these nefarious larvae, he would really perish in the mother nest's magma. Kid, let's use extreme freeze. These nefarious larvae were born from the endless magma and have a natural fear of all things cold. If you use extreme freeze, you might be able to restrain these nefarious larvae. Xiao Hei's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Hearing this, Zhuowen came to a sudden realization. Magma was a material of extreme yang. Since these nefarious larvae were born from magma, they must be naturally fond of yang. Naturally, they would not be interested in things of extreme yin and extreme cold. Then let's see if extreme freeze is really effective. As he spoke, Zhuowen clenched his right hand, and the ice rune on the back of his hand immediately lit up. Soon after, a blue crystal condensed in Zhuowen's palm. This blue crystal was the core source of the extreme cold frost. As soon as the blue crystal appeared, waves of bone-chilling cold immediately flowed out, forming an extremely strange domain of ice and snow in a radius of 15 meters around Zhuowen. Drifting snowflakes sprinkled down one after another. Awo! As soon as the blue crystal appeared, the nefarious larvae that were originally unafraid of death stopped in their track. They stopped outside the ice and snow domain and stared fiercely at Zhuowen in front of them. It really works. Zhuowen's eyes flashed with a trace of bright light as he looked at the evil creature's larvae that had stopped attacking in an instant. His face revealed a joyful expression. Xiao Hei's guess was right. These evil creature's larvae were extremely afraid of the cold. Kid, don't waste time, use extreme freeze immediately and freeze the entire mother nest's magma. This way you can directly annihilate all the nefarious larvae in the mother nest's magma. At this moment, Xiao Hei's voice was somewhat impatient as she hurriedly urged. Hearing this, Zhuowen nodded. With a thought, the blue crystal in the palm of his right hand suddenly released an endless amount of ice and snow energy, forming a huge snowstorm in the open space. Awo! As soon as the snowstorm formed, all the nefarious larvae on the ground trembled in fear. They simply did not have the courage to face the snowstorm formed by extreme freeze. Wherever the snowstorm passed, the nefarious larvae of the nefarious larvae of ice, the nefarious larvae of the nefarious larvae of nefarious larvae. Too slow. Kid, did you eat or not? You can only use extreme freeze's power. You should know that the extreme cold frost is the most powerful existence among all the earth-rank cold chi. Yet, it can only display such a small amount of power in your hands. You've really buried the reputation of the extreme cold frost, Blackie said in an extremely rude manner. Shrugging his shoulders, Zhuowen did not refute. Instead, with a flip of his right hand, the blue crystal immediately merged into his palm. Soon after, his right palm fiercely slammed on the ground. Immediately, with Zhuowen as the center, the entire open space was instantly frozen by a thick layer of ice. In an instant, all the nefarious larvae on the open space could not escape the fate of being frozen by this extremely powerful ice energy. Crack! With a stomp of his foot, an invisible force fiercely spread out from under Zhuowen's feet. Immediately, the nefarious larvae that had been frozen into ice sculptures trembled under this force and shattered into countless ice shards. Sigh. If I had known that these nefarious larvae had such a weakness, I wouldn't have had such a hard time fighting them earlier. Looking at the open space that had become extremely spacious, Zhuowen's mouth revealed a trace of a relaxed smile. Being attacked by an endless amount of nefarious larvae was not a pleasant feeling. Sitting down on the ground, Zhuowen discovered that there was not much yuan power left in his body. Thinking back to how, if it wasn't for Xiao He finding the weakness of these nefarious larvae, he would have very likely died from exhaustion. His back was drenched in sweat. He had really taken a trip to the gates of life and death, just now. Kid. Actually, you could have taken out the reverse spirit puppet to help you kill these nefarious larvae. With the strength of the reverse spirit puppet that is comparable to an ultimate Emperor Realm practitioner, it should have been extremely easy to deal with these nefarious larvae. However, you didn't do so. This makes this Dragon Lord feel rather strange. At this moment, Xiao He had also come out of Zhuowen's body. A pair of small black eyes stared at Zhuowen as she asked with some doubt. If I rely on the reverse spirit puppet whenever I encounter difficulties, it will only be harmful to me and won't be beneficial at all. The reason why I haven't summoned the reverse spirit puppet for so long is because I want to see what my limits are. Only when I push myself to the limit can I stimulate my own potential. At this moment, it's easiest to break through the bottleneck. Zhuowen's face revealed a rare trace of seriousness as he continued. Moreover, the reverse spirit puppet is my greatest trump card. If I use it early, the Lord of the Underworld will know in advance. This way, the Lord of the Underworld will always be on guard against the reverse spirit puppet. At that time, when I encounter the Lord of the Underworld, I won't be able to achieve the effect of catching him off guard. Kid. You've thought it through quite thoroughly. Xiao He nodded slightly. For the first time, a trace of admiration appeared in her small eyes. Boom, boom, boom. An earth-shattering sound suddenly rang out. Zhuowen and Xiao He suddenly raised their heads when they heard the sound. Immediately, they discovered that at the edge of the open space in front of them, a staircase formed by black chains had appeared directly. The staircase extended upwards into the infinite distance. Zhuowen and Xiao He could not see where the staircase led to. It seems that after passing the test of the mother nest's magma, we can directly enter the next stage. Looking at the staircase formed by black chains in front of him, Zhuowen's eyes narrowed slightly as he muttered to himself. Moreover, he had a feeling that after passing through the staircase that extended from above, he might be able to meet the Lord of the Underworld's true body very soon. Xiao He. Since the extreme frost has an extremely strong restraining effect on evil creature larvae, I wonder if the Lord of the Underworld is also afraid of the extreme frost? Zhuowen suddenly asked as he looked at Xiao He in front of him. That's not very likely. If the evil creature matures, I'm afraid that it won't be affected by the extreme frost. When you were in the Qingshui tribe, you fought with the mature evil creature. You should know how strong its physical body is. It has reached a stage where it is completely impervious to fire and water. Furthermore, the Lord of the Underworld is the king of evil creatures. I'm afraid that its physical body is much more terrifying than the evil creature you encountered in the Qingshui tribe. How could it be restrained by the extreme frost? Xiao He said in a deep voice. It seems that the Lord of the Underworld is not easy to deal with. I can't just go up now. It's best if I successfully cultivate the 7th level of the Jadestone body tempering technique before going up. Only then will I have more confidence in dealing with the Lord of the Underworld. Zhuowen nodded and said rather gravely. Having battled with evil creatures before, he knew how terrifying their physical bodies were. Their physical bodies were no weaker than Zhuowen's, who had cultivated the Jadestone body tempering technique to the peak of the 6th level. In the end, Zhuowen had to rely on the Ice and Fire Lotus to completely break through the evil creature's defense and destroy it. The Lord of the Underworld's strength was above that of the evil creature. Perhaps even the Ice and Fire Lotus wouldn't be able to cause much damage to the Lord of the Underworld. You're right. I can feel that the Lord of the Underworld's strength is extremely terrifying. I'm afraid that his strength isn't weaker than a peak Ultimate Emperor Realm warrior. Coupled with his physical body that's even stronger than the evil creatures, you'll be courting death if you go up with your current strength. Even if you have the reverse spirit puppet, your chances of winning aren't very high. However, if you can break through to the 7th level of the Jadestone body tempering technique, then your physical body will be no weaker than the Lord of the Underworld. At that time, even the Lord of the Underworld won't be able to do anything to you. Xiao He agreed. Hearing Xiao He's words, Zhuowen also knew that if he rashly went up now, it would be extremely disadvantageous for him. It looked like he had to break through to the 7th level of the Jadestone body tempering technique. Moreover, once Zhuowen broke through to the 7th level of the Jadestone body tempering technique, he would have more confidence in dealing with the tribulation of heaven and earth that would appear when he broke through to the Ultimate Emperor realm. Right now, Zhuowen had already reached the peak of the half-step Ultimate Emperor realm. Moreover, just like Feng Long of Nine Dragon City, he could break through to the Ultimate Emperor realm at any time. However, because he was afraid of the terrifying tribulation of heaven and earth, Zhuowen didn't rashly break through to the Ultimate Emperor realm. Moreover, if he slowly accumulated his strength like this, once he broke through to the Ultimate Emperor realm, he would be able to instantly reach the mid or even late Ultimate Emperor realm. At that time, Zhuowen would be able to instantly reach the mid or even late Ultimate Emperor realm. He wouldn't be like ordinary half-step Ultimate Emperor realm cultivators who only reached the early Ultimate Emperor realm after breaking through. When he thought of this, Zhuowen sat cross-legged on the ground that was already frozen. He took out the refined crystal jades from his Qiankuan bag and began to silently cultivate the Jadestone body tempering technique. Because Zhuowen had already used the refined crystal jades to raise the Jadestone body tempering technique to the peak of the 6th level on his journey to the Holy Region, he was only half a step away from the 7th level. In addition, he had a sufficient amount of refined crystal jades in his storage bag, so it wouldn't take too much time for him to break through to the 7th level of the Jadestone body tempering technique. While Zhuowen was silently cultivating in the lava of the Mother Nest, in the depths of the training grounds, within the Netherworld castle, the youthful Netherworld king frowned slightly. This was because he sensed that although the first Mother Nest's lava had been destroyed and the chain stairs should have appeared by now, Zhuowen still hadn't appeared at the exit of the Mother Nest's lava. What's going on? Did that brat perish together with the Mother Nest's lava? Logically speaking, since the chain stairs have already appeared, that brat should have followed them out, but he still hasn't appeared. Chapter 393. Flower of Flames. Nation. Time flew by, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The first broodmother nest was completely sealed in ice, turning into a domain of ice and snow. In the middle of this icy domain, a lonely figure sat cross-legged in silence. Around this figure were dozens of flame-shaped jades suspended in the air. Waves of blazing flames constantly surged out from these jades, forming a ring around the figure, constantly tempering his bare upper body. This figure was naturally Zhuowen. At this moment, Zhuowen's upper body was bare, revealing his muscular body. At this moment, his exposed skin was an extremely glossy glaze, and the surrounding blazing flames did not leave the slightest trace on Zhuowen's body. Suddenly, Zhuowen opened his eyes and shouted in a low voice, "Whether or not I can break through to the 7th level of the Jade Stone Body Tempering Technique will depend on this moment. Break all the refined jades for me." Both of Zhuo Wen's hands quickly formed a complicated seal. The muscles all over his body immediately swelled up, and the glass-like luster overflowing on the surface of his body became even brighter. At the same time, the 10 tempering crystal jades surrounding Zhuo Wen shattered into pieces, and waves of even more ferocious flames shot out from the surroundings. At this moment, all the potential of the refined jades had been stimulated by Zhuo Wen, blooming into the most blazing flower of flames. This flower of flames wrapped around Zhuo Wen, as if Zhuo Wen had become the core of the entire flower of flames. The flower of flames was in a budding state, and Zhuo Wen knew that once this flower of flames bloomed with 5 petals, it would mean that he had successfully broken through to the 7th level of the Jade Stone Body Tempering Technique. If it withered midway, it would mean that the breakthrough had failed. At this moment, the temperature of the budding flower of flames had reached an extremely frightening level. Even though Zhuo Wen's body had reached the peak of the 6th level of the Jade Stone Body Tempering Technique, his glazed skin was still roasted by this high temperature and began to curl up slightly. A burnt smell wafted from Zhuo Wen's body. The extreme pain of his burning body involuntarily caused Zhuo Wen's eyes to crack. Both of his hands were tightly clenched. His fingernails dug into his palms. Traces of cherry-red blood dripped from Zhuo Wen's palms. However, Zhuo Wen clenched his teeth and endured without making a sound. He knew that if he did not endure, all his preparations over the past 3 days would be wasted. Chi. The first petal of the flower of flames bloomed brilliantly, and its gorgeous and beautiful figure swayed vividly in this land of ice and snow. At this moment, the temperature of the flames suddenly doubled. The blazing high temperature directly charred most of Zhuo Wen's body, and the unpleasant smell of roasted meat continuously wafted out. The sudden increase in temperature caused Zhuo Wen to let out a low roar. At this moment, Zhuo Wen, who was in the middle of the flower of flames, felt as if he was in hell. This kind of pain was not something that an ordinary person could endure. "Hold on, kid, as long as you can get through this, your body will truly be reborn," Xiao He muttered softly with a serious gaze. Even it could clearly feel the terrifying temperature of the flower of flames. This kind of high temperature was enough to destroy anyone with a strong will. Therefore, Xiao He was a little worried that Zhuo Wen would not be able to get through this. Fortunately, Zhuo Wen was originally a person with a strong will. In addition, after experiencing so many life and death situations, Zhuo Wen's tenacity was not something that an ordinary person could compare to. After an hour, the flower of flames finally moved again. The second petal slowly bloomed. When the second petal completely bloomed, the temperature of the entire flower of flames actually increased by 2 times. The surrounding land seemed to be on the verge of being scorched. At this moment, Zhuo Wen's body suddenly trembled. Waves of cold sweat flowed out from all over his body, and many parts of his skin even curled up. Under the blazing high temperature, they were burned to ashes. However, Zhuo Wen still gritted his teeth and persevered. After another 2 hours, the third and fourth petal also slowly bloomed. At this moment, the temperature of the flower of flames was almost 4 times the initial temperature. The ice and snow around Zhuowen's body were all melted by the high temperature of Zhuowen's body. At this moment, Zhuowen was in an even worse state. All the skin on Zhuowen's body was charred black by the high temperature. It was impossible to see his original appearance. One could only see traces of Zhuowen from the shape of his body and the contours of his charred face. I really did not expect the 7th level of the Jade Stone Body Tempering Technique to be so cruel. The temperature and destructive power of this flower of flames is almost comparable to the level of earth fire. Although Zhuowen's body has reached the peak of the 6th level of the Jade Stone Body Tempering Technique, he was still burned so miserably by the flower of flames. Xiao Hei's expression became a little ugly. Even it did not expect the flower of flames to be so dangerous. At this moment, Zhuowen did not look like a human at all. He was like a piece of charcoal. If not for the fact that Xiao Hei could still feel a trace of life in Zhuowen's body, it would have thought that Zhuowen was already dead. There is still one last petal of the flower of flames. Once the 5th petal blooms, I'm afraid that the temperature will almost double. At that time, if this brat really can't take it anymore, I have to pull him out. Xiao Hei secretly decided as it looked deeply at the figure of the flower of flames. Another half an hour passed. The flames of the flower of flames in the center of the open space suddenly surged. Soon after, the 5th petal slowly bloomed at the top of the flower of flames. At the same time, the temperature of the flower of flames doubled again. Its temperature had almost reached an unheard-of level, showing signs of surpassing that of earth fire. Creak! Within the flower of flames, Zhuowen's hands were tightly clenched into fists. The crisp sounds of his fists cracking were particularly clear in this open space. The intense heat had directly burned Zhuowen's skin to ashes, revealing the mangled flesh and blood underneath. In an instant, all the skin on Zhuowen's body had been burned to ashes by the high temperature, revealing only the bright red flesh and blood-red veins under his skin. Moreover, under the high temperature, Zhuowen's blood was mercilessly evaporating into a blood-red mist. In an instant, the entire flower of flames had turned from a fiery red to a blood-red color. At this moment, the blood-stained flower of flames was sitting alone in this empty space. It appeared so bright and poignant. This was the dazzling beauty that Zhuowen had risked his life to create. Whether it would be reborn and turn into a butterfly, or a short-lived flower that would wither and fade away, everything would be decided at this moment. Not good. The temperature of the flower of flames has actually increased to a terrifying level. That kid Zhuowen's life force is gradually draining away. We must save him as soon as possible. When he saw that the flower of flames had been dyed a blood-red by Zhuowen's blood, Xiao Hei's face filled with shock. He waved his little claws and a wave of ink-black energy surged out from his body. It immediately turned into a huge beast claw and attempted to reach into the flower of flames to pull Zhuowen out. Boom! However, the 5-petaled flower of flames had already completely bloomed and its power had far surpassed that of an ordinary earthly fire. It had actually managed to block Xiao Hei's attack. Damn it! Once the flower of flames has completely bloomed, its power has actually become so terrifying. Xiao Hei's expression had turned extremely ugly after his attack had failed. He even cursed under his breath. Sigh. Looks like we can only rely on that kid Zhuowen now. If he can survive this, he will definitely be reborn. If he can't, he can only die. Kid, don't die like this. After all, you still have a lot of things to do. After calming down, Xiao Hei stared at the blood-red flower of flames in front of him with an extremely complicated expression. He could only silently pray for Zhuowen in his heart. Fortunately, Xiao Hei could still sense that Zhuowen was still alive, so he did not feel too pessimistic. Time passed by minute. The bright and poignant blood-red flower bloomed over the entire frozen land. The blazing blood-red flames in this world of ice and snow seemed so different and dazzling. Another 2 hours passed, and the blood-red flames in the open space suddenly became extremely violent. They suddenly shot up into the sky and formed a huge blood-red pillar of fire. In an instant, the entire frozen land was completely melted by the blood-red flames. The originally frozen magma of the mother nest began to churn once again after the ice had melted. Awhoa! At this moment, the magma of the mother nest began to churn again, producing an endless stream of evil creature larvae. These evil creature larvae had scarlet eyes and were fearless of death as they pounced towards the blood-red pillar of fire in the middle of the open space. They could sense that there was a life form that they loathed in the pillar of fire. Phew! This guy didn't die. Looks like he succeeded. But why did this brat purposely melt the frozen land and release these evil creature larvae? The moment the blood-red pillar of fire appeared, Xiao He could sense that Zhuowen was still alive. At this moment, his life force had become extremely vigorous. It was obvious that Zhuowen had succeeded in his breakthrough. Thud, thud, thud. The crisp sound of footsteps slowly rang out in the open space. Immediately, a slender figure appeared in the blood-red pillar of fire. This figure's upper body was naked, and strange blood-red flames surrounded this figure. Awhoa! In an instant, the open space was once again filled with countless evil creature larvae. These evil creature larvae stared intently at this figure, waiting to strike with their sharp black claws. However, the moment these evil creature larvae approached this figure, a strange blood-red flame suddenly flashed past. The moment these evil creature larvae touched the body of the evil creature larvae, it was as if they had been lit on fire. In an instant, the blood in the evil creature larvae's body became the nourishment of the blood-red flame. Sizzle! 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 The blood-red flame seemed to have a strange power. As long as it touched the body of the evil creature larvae, it would incinerate them endlessly. In an instant, the entire open space was covered with blood-red flames. The huge open space was almost turned into a sea of blood-red flames. Countless mournful screams rang out one after another. The power of this blood-red flame can actually directly burn the blood. Chapter 394. A burning blood flame boom. 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 Endless blood flames continued to burn in the mother nest's magma. In the blink of an eye, countless evil creature larvae were burned to ashes by the blood flames. Hiss! After all the evil creature larvae died, the magma in the mother nest solidified and stopped working. All the blood flames in the empty space gathered around the figure in the center of the empty space. In an instant, not a single trace of blood flames remained in the empty space. Instead, the slender figure of a youth stood quietly in the center of the empty space. At this moment, Zhuowen's upper body was bare. His entire body was smooth and muscular, and there were no signs of being burned at all. What was even stranger was that in the center of Zhuowen's chest, a blood-red flower with 5 petals was slowly blooming. It was a strange yet poignant sight. Whoosh! Xiao He instantly arrived in front of Zhuowen. It stared at the youth in front of it with a complicated gaze. Zhuowen's willpower had already exceeded its expectations. It had originally thought that Zhuowen would not be able to withstand the flower of flames, but now Zhuowen had done it. Kid, congratulations on breaking through to the 7th level of the Jade Stone Body Tempering Technique. It looks like you've gained quite a lot this time. At this moment, Zhuowen's face was filled with excitement. After breaking through to the Jade Stone Body Tempering Technique, Zhuowen was shocked to find that his body was filled with an endless amount of strength. Moreover, this strength was far greater than before he broke through. Now, even a slight wave of his arm could easily cause his strength to reach 700,000 or 800,000 jin. If he used his full strength, it would probably exceed 500,000 jin. The Jade Stone Body Tempering Technique is truly miraculous. After breaking through to the 7th level, the strength in my body has increased by several times. Right now, just the strength of my body alone has already reached the legendary level of the Sandstone Islands warriors. That's comparable to a peak Ultimate Emperor Realm powerhouse. Clenching his right hand, Zhuowen fiercely punched the empty space beneath his feet. With a thunderous explosion, dense cracks began to appear on the surface of the empty space, with Zhuowen at the center. When the cracks spread to the edges of the empty space, the entire space actually turned into countless fragments. Zhuowen and Xiao He directly leaped onto the chain stairs. Looking down at the shattered space below, Zhuowen and Xiao He revealed expressions of shock. The power of Zhuowen's punch had greatly exceeded their expectations. What an unexpected strength! Kid, with just the strength of your body now, I'm afraid you don't even need to fear the Lord of the Underworld, Xiao He said emotionally. Nodding slightly, the corners of Zhuowen's mouth also revealed a trace of a happy smile. Indeed, high risk came with high reward. Thinking back to the burning pain he had experienced in the Flower of Flames, Zhuowen still felt some lingering fear. It was just like a fiery hell, and the constantly rising temperature was enough to destroy anyone's rationality. Fortunately, Zhuowen had persevered in the end. Otherwise, it was very likely that he would have been burned to ashes by the Flower of Flames and perished here. Kid, just now, after you successfully broke through, you actually released a type of blood flame. What exactly is that blood flame? And from the performance just now, that blood flame's strength actually far surpasses that of ordinary earth flames. Even the strength of the other 3 earth flames in your body can't compare to the blood flame you released just now. Xiao He's eyes turned as he suddenly asked Zhuowen, "Qi?" Hearing this, Zhuowen clenched his fist, and a blood flame that was as viscous as blood suddenly appeared in Zhuowen's palm, burning fiercely. Xiao He could even smell the faint smell of blood in the blood flame. Originally, the Jade Stone Body Tempering Technique mentioned that when breaking through to the 7th level, a flower of flames will form around the body. The flower of flames will have 5 petals, and its breath will be as hot as fire. When the flower of flames completely blooms with 5 petals, it means that the 7th level of the Jade Stone Body Tempering Technique has been completed. The physical body will reach an unimaginable level, and the flower of flames will gradually dissipate. But when I finally endured the painful tempering of the flower of flames, the flower of flames didn't dissipate. Instead, it fused with my body, as if it had become one with my body. As long as I want to, I can release an endless amount of blood flame with a punch. What's strange is that the fuel for the blood flame is the blood of living creatures. Therefore, to use the blood flame, I have to consume my own blood. Fortunately, the amount of blood consumed is not much. A trace of doubt appeared in Zhuowen's eyes. He didn't know much about the blood flame, so he could only ask Xiao He for advice. Xiao He looked at Zhuowen strangely and frowned. Logically speaking, the flower of flames should naturally dissipate after it blooms with 5 petals. However, your flower of flames has fused with your body. I'm afraid that this has something to do with your blood fusing with the flower of flames. Xiao He thought back to when the flower of flames had bloomed with 5 petals. Almost all of Zhuowen's blood had been evaporated by the flower of flames, and the evaporated blood had entered the flower of flames, completely fusing with it. As a result, the flower of flames had turned blood red. It was very likely that an unknown mutation had occurred when Zhuowen's blood came in contact with the flower of flames. As a result, the flower of flames had directly established a connection with Zhuowen's body after it had fully bloomed. Not only did it not dissipate, but it had completely fused with Zhuowen's body. Zhuowen nodded in agreement when he heard that. He had also discovered that his body was probably even more powerful than the 7th layer of the Jadestone body tempering method after fusing with the blood flames. Moreover, Zhuowen could control the blood flames to launch surprise attacks as he wished as well. Looks like you've really profited from a disaster. The blood flames are far more powerful than regular earth flames. They're comparable to the most powerful earth flames. Even an ordinary Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator would find it difficult to withstand them. Moreover, your blood flames can combine with the other 3 earth flames in the 9-wheel incineration cauldron to form the 9-wheel incineration formation. Xiao He could not help but click his tongue in wonder at Zhuowen's fortuitous encounter. He sighed inwardly at how lucky Zhuowen was. Originally, the 9-wheel heaven incineration cauldron was already powerful enough to threaten an early-stage ultimate Emperor realm cultivator with the 3 earthly fires. However, if the blood flames were added into the cauldron, the 9-wheel heaven incineration formation's power would rise to a whole new level. It would already be able to kill a peak first-wheel ultimate Emperor realm cultivator, and it might even be able to trap an early-stage second-wheel ultimate Emperor realm cultivator for some time. Zhuowen could not help but grin. The blood flames he obtained from his breakthrough were truly timely. They had instantly increased his trump cards and strength by quite a bit. Since the Jadestone body tempering method has successfully broken through to the 7th layer, we should go up and take a look. I wonder if the Nether King is at the other end of the stairs. At this moment, Zhuowen was filled with confidence. With his current strength, he was comparable to a peak ultimate Emperor realm cultivator. Moreover, once he broke through to the ultimate Emperor realm, his battle prowess would rise to another level. He would probably not be weaker than an ordinary second ultimate Emperor realm cultivator. Whoosh! With that, Zhuowen stepped onto the stairs and turned into a blur as he shot towards the top of the stairs. Above the chain stairs was an extremely vast grassland. Strangely, this grassland was actually a strange ink-black color. The entire grassland looked extremely gloomy and terrifying. At the end of the grassland was a huge black castle that resembled a coiling dragon. It stood silently at the end of the grassland, and this was the Nether King's Nether Castle. They were on top of a high slope that was filled with dense black weeds. Waves of strange black aura lingered in the surroundings. It was silent and strange. On the other side of the slope was a pitch-black abyss. The stairs formed by 3 chains had appeared out of nowhere at the entrance to the abyss, as if someone had opened up a path to the grassland from the depths of the abyss. Whoosh! Whoosh! Numerous rushing air sounds suddenly appeared on the middle flight of stairs. Immediately, 5 somewhat miserable-looking figures suddenly rushed out from the middle flight of stairs and arrived on the tall slope in an instant. The leader of the 5 figures was a handsome brown-haired youth. This brown-haired youth was the captain of 9 Dragons City, Feng Long. Originally, there were 8 people from 9 Dragons City who had entered the training grounds, but now there were only 5 left. Obviously, the remaining 3 had perished in the Broodmother's lava. I really didn't expect the Mother Nest's lava to be so dangerous and difficult to deal with. If we hadn't used a treasure bestowed by the City Lord, I'm afraid we would have been buried in the Mother Nest. Feng Long gloomily stared at the stairs behind him as he spoke with some fear. Sigh. In the end, we still lost 3 people. What Saintess Alice said was right. The entire training ground is already under the control of the Netherworld King. I wonder if we can successfully seize the power of the Holy City. The red-clothed woman said with a worried look in her beautiful eyes. As soon as the woman in red finished speaking, the others in the group instantly fell silent. After experiencing the miserable battle from before, they'd already started to fear the Nether King. Whoosh! Whoosh! Right at this moment, 3 figures flashed out from the leftmost chain staircase. They were the only 3 remaining half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators in Thunder Universe City. Based on the exhaustion on their faces, Thunder Universe City was probably not in a better state than 9 Dragon City. It might even be worse. Damned Nether King! If I catch you, I will make you beg for death. The moment the white-haired Pang Tong appeared on the high slope, he roared furiously at the sky. Feng Long shook his head when he saw the unwilling expression on Pang Tong's face. He said, "Brother Pang, the Nether King's true body is in the Black Castle ahead. He's too strong. I'm afraid we'll have to join forces to defeat him and successfully obtain the power of the Holy City." Pang Tong regained his composure at this moment. He glanced at Feng Long and thought for a moment before he gritted his teeth and said, "All right, I won't let the Nether King go. But what about the power of the Holy City after we deal with him? Of course we'll fight for it with our own ability. The power of the Holy City will naturally belong to whoever obtains it." Feng Long smiled faintly. The corners of Pang Tong's mouth twitched when he looked at the 5 people on Feng Long's side and the 3 people on his side. However, he knew that they wouldn't be able to deal with the Nether King if they didn't join forces. "All right. Let's join forces for now." After agreeing to Feng Long's suggestion, Pang Tong quickly noticed the chain stairs on the rightmost side. A strange expression immediately appeared in his eyes. He said, "Why is there another chain stairs? Has someone else entered the training ground?" Chapter 395. Black Grassland. The rightmost chain staircase appeared serene and tranquil at this moment. Waves of ink-black chi slowly swirled up from the bottom of the abyss, adding a trace of mystery to the staircase. "That's impossible. On the entire Sandstone Island, aside from your 9 Dragons City and our Thunder Universe City, there shouldn't be a third team that has the strength to pass through the Mother Nest's lava." The hot-tempered Pang Tong frowned slightly and said in a low, muffled voice, "Since a third flight of stairs has appeared, it means that there is indeed a third team that has successfully broken through the Mother Nest's magma like us. Otherwise, this flight of stairs wouldn't have appeared in front of us for no reason." Feng Long was also rather puzzled as he spoke. Could it be the 3 people from the low-grade city we met in the Sacred Hall? After all, there are exactly 3 teams in the entire Holy City, including that team from the low-grade city. The red-clothed woman in the 9 Dragons City team suddenly said. However, when the red-clothed woman said this, everyone on the high slope shook their heads. After all, Zhuowen's team was only 3 people, and they were from a low-grade city. One had to know that each team from the 2 high-grade cities had sent 8 people into the Mother Nest's lava. Moreover, all 8 of them were elites with strength at least at the Heavenly King realm. There were even 3 half-step Ultimate Emperor realm experts. If such a lineup had suffered heavy losses in the Mother Nest's lava, there was no need to mention Zhuowen's team of 3 from a low-grade city. As far as they were concerned, Zhuowen's group definitely wasn't that strong. Moreover, there were only 3 members of their group. Even if all 3 of them were half-step Ultimate Emperor realm cultivators, it would still be extremely difficult for them to survive the Mother Nest's lava. You think too highly of those 3 fellows who came from a low-level city. With just the 3 of them, even our Thunder Universe City won't be able to stop the endless number of evil creature larvae in the Mother Nest's lava unless they have an Ultimate Emperor realm expert. Heh. Even our Thunder Universe City team doesn't have an Ultimate Emperor realm expert. How could those 3 guys possibly have such an expert? Pang Tong grinned, his face full of mockery. Although the red-clothed woman was somewhat displeased with Pang Tong's attitude, she knew that her guess was somewhat unrealistic. She glared at Pang Tong and fell silent. "All right. You don't have to argue anymore. Perhaps this flight of stairs originally existed. Right now, our priority is to rush to the Netherworld Castle. The Netherworld King is not so easy to deal with. We have to work together and go all out," Feng Long suddenly berated. After Feng Long's shout, the few people present became quiet. Even Pang Long from the Thunder Universe City could only glare at Feng Long angrily. He let out a cold snort and also became quiet. Feng Long was the strongest amongst them. Although he was also a half-step Ultimate Emperor realm cultivator, he was far stronger than ordinary half-step Ultimate Emperor realm cultivators because he could break through to the Ultimate Emperor realm at any time. Although Pang Long was arrogant and unruly, he didn't want to offend Feng Long too much. Thud, thud, thud. The crisp sound of footsteps suddenly broke the silence on the high slope. The footsteps were slow and distant, coming from the rightmost chain stairs. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In an instant, everyone on the high slope looked at each other in dismay. Their gazes converged on the rightmost chain stairs. They originally thought that the chain stairs were abandoned and there wouldn't be anyone inside. However, the crisp sound of footsteps completely shattered their suspicions. There's actually someone inside? Could it be Azure Dragon City or Jeju City? Pang Tong's pupils shrank as he couldn't help but mutter to himself. There were a total of 4 high-grade cities on the Sandstone Island. Aside from Thunder Universe City and 9 Dragon City, only Azure Dragon City and Jeju City were left. Apart from these 2 high-grade cities, Pang Tong really couldn't think of any other cities on the Sandstone Island that had the strength to pass through the Mother Nest's lava. Although Azure Dragon City and Jeju City are also high-grade cities, they don't even have a single half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator in their teams. Their strength is ranked at the bottom of all the high-grade cities. Do you think these 2 useless teams have the strength to pass through the Mother Nest's lava? The red-clothed woman sneered. Pang Tong's eyes narrowed when he heard this. A trace of anger appeared on his face as he retorted, "Hee hee. If it's not Azure Dragon City or Jeju City, then do you think it's a team from a mid-grade or low-grade city that came out of the chain stairs?" Enough. There's no need to quarrel. The footsteps are getting closer and closer. I'm sure you'll soon see the owner of the footsteps. There's no point in arguing about this now. Feng Long held his forehead and chided again. After Feng Long finished speaking, a slender figure slowly appeared in everyone's line of sight on the rightmost chain stairs. With the help of the faint light from the high slope, everyone could finally see the true face of this figure. It was a black-haired youth who was about 18 years old. When he reached the exit of the stairs, the youth looked around as if nothing had happened. Soon after, he saw Feng Long and the others on the high slope not far away. Their gazes were focused on him. He smiled slightly and directly walked towards the high slope. This guy. Isn't he one of the 3 people we met in the Sacred Hall? When he saw Zhuowen's true face, Pang Tong's pupils constricted and his mouth opened slightly. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Could it be that this guy from a low-grade city had actually made it through the terrifying lava of the Mother Nest? However, Pang Tong quickly sensed that Zhuowen's aura was extremely weak. It was probably around the level of an ordinary Heavenly King stage cultivator. How could someone with such strength make it through the Mother Nest's lava? With Zhuowen's cultivation as a peak 3rd-grade Arcana Master, it was extremely easy for him to use his mental energy to conceal his aura. Even Pang Tong and Feng Long, who were half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm experts, couldn't detect him in the slightest. He's clearly only at the initial Heavenly King stage. How did this guy do it? Pang Tong was even more puzzled. At the same time, the others on the slope were also looking at the slowly approaching youth with astonishment. Their thoughts were the same as Pang Tong's. How did this kid, whose aura was only at the Heavenly King stage, make it through the Mother Nest's lava? Very quickly, Zhuowen arrived at the top of the slope. He nodded at Feng Long and the others and didn't say anything else. He walked past them and entered the strange black grassland, heading straight for the Nether Castle. He could sense that the Nether King's true body was in the castle at the end of the grassland. When Zhuowen and Pang Tong brushed past each other, Pang Tong's gaze immediately stared straight at Zhuowen beside him as he coldly said, "Brat, how did you make it through the Mother Nest's lava? Could it be that there's a shortcut in the Mother Nest's lava?" Hearing this, Zhuowen's footsteps paused. He tilted his head slightly to look at Pang Tong, who had an unfriendly expression on his face, and said, "What does that have to do with you?" After saying that, Zhuowen ignored Pang Tong and walked past him, slowly walking towards the black grassland. When Zhuowen said that, Pang Tong's face stiffened. He didn't expect the youth in front of him to be so arrogant and not give him any face at all. This made Pang Tong, who was already in a bad mood, even angrier. His eyes completely darkened. The crowd on the slope also quieted down at this moment. They looked at the youth not far away as if they were looking at an idiot. Pang Tong was the captain of Thunder Universe City, and his strength was considered extremely strong among the half-step Ultimate Emperor stage cultivators. He was only slightly weaker than Feng Long, and his strength was second only to Feng Long. Perhaps even Feng Long wouldn't dare to speak so presumptuously to Pang Tong. However, this youth, whose aura was only at the Heavenly King stage, not only did he say that, but he also spoke so confidently, as if Pang Tong was just a clown in front of him. Of course, in Zhuowen's opinion, Pang Tong was no different from a clown. One had to know that before entering the trial grounds, Zhuowen's cultivation was actually about the same as Feng Long's. He had reached the point where he could break through to the Ultimate Emperor stage at any time. Coupled with his powerful physical body that was comparable to the Netherworld race, Zhuowen's strength was completely above Feng Long's. Zhuowen had just broken through to the 7th layer of the Jadestone Body Tempering Manual. Coupled with the extremely powerful blood flames, Zhuowen's strength had already far surpassed Feng Long's. He was completely comparable to a peak Ultimate Emperor stage cultivator. As the saying went, the higher one stood, the further one could see. With Zhuowen's current strength, even Feng Long was probably not worthy of his attention, let alone Pang Tong, who was even weaker. What an arrogant brat! You're just a lowly commoner from a low-level city. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? Let's see if I don't break your legs today. Pang Tong's eyes turned incomparably red as he roared. In his opinion, a lowly commoner from a low-level city like Zhuowen only had the right to look up to him. Since when did a lowly commoner like him have the right to criticize him? Moreover, he was being so impolite. The sullen feeling almost made Pang Tong lose all reason. Boom! Pang Tong's foot suddenly stomped on the ground, and origin energy instantly surged out from his body like a tidal wave. His fingers clenched into a fist, and he directly smashed it towards the nearby Zhuowen. He wanted this kid, who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, to die immediately. Pang Tong is using his full strength. Is this fellow planning to kill that youth directly? The woman in red's pretty face twitched as she spoke with some displeasure. Although she did not like Pang Tong, the woman in red did not have the slightest intention of stopping him. After all, it was not worth it to offend Pang Tong for a lowly commoner from a low-level city. Feng Long, on the other hand, appeared extremely calm from the beginning to the end. Whether it was Zhuowen who appeared from the chain stairs or Pang Tong who was in a rage, Feng Long did not reveal the slightest trace of surprise. In his opinion, the most important thing was to obtain the strength of the sacred city in the training ground. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Pang Tong's huge fist, which was covered with a golden glow, heavily smashed onto Zhuowen's back. Perhaps he was scared silly, but Zhuowen did not dodge at all. He continued to walk forward leisurely as if he was not aware of Pang Tong's attack. An ear-piercing sound, as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting, suddenly rose from the high slope. Immediately, the black weeds in the surrounding dozens of feet were uprooted by the powerful air wave and drifted with the wind. Brat, if you die, don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being so arrogant even though you clearly have no strength. This in itself has determined your fate. Chapter 396. The Alliance. Everyone on the slope shook their heads when they saw Pang Tong's ferocious attack. They knew that Zhuowen was doomed. After all, Pang Tong was stronger than most half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators. Apart from Feng Long, everyone else would be injured by Pang Tong's attack, let alone Zhuowen, who had the weakest aura. Clang! The crisp sound of metal colliding rang out. It was as if Pang Tong's fist had struck an extremely hard rock. Pang Tong's expression completely stiffened at this moment. This was because he realized that Zhuowen, who appeared to be too weak to even stand up to a gust of wind, was completely unharmed by his attack. Zhuowen's footsteps paused as he tilted his head slightly. His gaze was cold as he stared at Pang Tong behind him. An aura that was not weaker than Pang Tong's suddenly surged out from Zhuowen's body. That extremely powerful aura formed an extremely powerful chi wave around the two of them. This aura, he's actually a half-step ultimate Emperor realm cultivator? Didn't this guy come from a low-grade city? Pang Tong's pupils shrank to the size of needles. He stared at Zhuowen in disbelief. The strength of the youth in front of him had exceeded his expectations. Not only was his physical body strong, but his cultivation level was also on par with his own. Pang Tong couldn't help but feel incredulous. Zhuowen didn't say anything. He clenched his fist and lightly punched out. There was nothing fancy about this punch. There wasn't even a trace of yuan power. It looked just like an ordinary person's attack. Seeing Zhuowen's light punch, the astonishment on Pang Tong's face instantly turned into anger. He roared in a low voice, "You bastard, don't look down on others just because you have a strong physical body. You actually didn't even use yuan power." As he spoke, Pang Tong punched out again. The powerful golden origin energy made his fist seem extremely huge and powerful. The air was even torn into countless cyclone fragments by the powerful force. Rumble! Amidst the countless cyclones, the two fists fiercely collided. In an instant, countless small storms wreaked havoc between the two of them. The ground within a radius of several feet completely cracked open. Fine sand floated upwards as if it was defying gravity. The two of them were immediately covered by a thick layer of sand. Gotcha! However, a clear bone-cracking sound suddenly broke the stalemate situation. Immediately, a miserable cry suddenly sounded. After which, a strong figure flew out from the thick layer of sand. Fresh blood formed a parabola as it wildly shot out from the flying figure. It was sad, beautiful, and tragic. Swish! Swish! The eyes of Feng Long's group on the tall slope immediately gathered on this figure. Their eyes shrunk when they saw the face of this figure. This was because the figure that flew backwards was none other than the captain of the Thunder Universe City, Pang Tong. Captain! Captain! The two remaining half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm men from Thunder Universe City cried out in surprise. They stomped their feet and transformed into a blur to catch Pang Tong, who was flying backwards. With the help of the two of them, Pang Tong's feet staggered. Only then did he stop a dozen meters away in a somewhat miserable manner. His left hand covered his right hand as he looked in front of him with a frightened expression. His right hand had been fractured in the collision earlier. The originally calm Feng Long's eyes shrunk slightly when he saw that Pang Tong had been injured in a single exchange. Finally, he revealed a slightly moved expression. He did not expect that Zhuowen, who clearly came from a low-rank city, would possess such great strength. Even Pang Tong had been injured in a single exchange. This brat is a little extraordinary. The corners of Feng Long's mouth twitched as he frowned and softly muttered. Swoosh! A sharp sound of rushing air suddenly surged over. Immediately, Pang Tong was shocked to discover that Zhuowen's eyes were currently filled with a sinister coldness. His murderous aura surged as he rushed towards Pang Tong. His eyes did not hide the rich murderous intent in them. Pang Tong finally felt fear. He could sense that the pressure that the young man in front of him gave him was not weaker than Feng Long's. Clearly, this unknown young man was like Feng Long, a monster who could break through to the ultimate Emperor realm at any time. You dare to kill me? I am the son of the Thunder Universe City's City Lord. If you kill me, my father and our Thunder Universe City will definitely not let you off. Pang Tong was both shocked and furious at Zhuowen. He hurriedly said hatefully, I hate it when people threaten me the most. You can die now. Zhuowen's indifferent voice followed, following which Zhuowen's speed did not decrease. Instead, it increased to the extreme. He turned into numerous afterimages in the air as he rushed towards Pang Tong at an even faster speed. This action immediately caused Pang Tong to complain incessantly in his heart. Just as Zhuowen was about to reach Pang Tong, a slender figure suddenly blocked in front of Pang Tong. Immediately, Zhuowen felt an extremely sharp force rushing towards his face. Humph! With a cold snort, Zhuowen was not afraid. He directly threw a punch out and ruthlessly smashed against the sharp force. Thud, 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 thud. Zhuowen and the figure involuntarily took a dozen steps back. When Zhuowen finally came to a stop, his eyes narrowed as he looked ahead. He just so happened to see Feng Long smiling not too far away. "Oh? You want to stop me from killing this fellow?" Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. He could not help but look at the smiling Feng Long. After exchanging blows with Feng Long, he discovered that Feng Long's strength had somewhat exceeded his expectations. He was actually an expert who could break through to the ultimate Emperor realm at any time. If it was in the past, perhaps Zhuowen would be more afraid of an opponent like Feng Long. However, after breaking through to the 7th level of the Jade Stone Body Tempering Technique, Zhuowen's strength had far surpassed Feng Long's. The only reason he had been evenly matched with Feng Long earlier was because Zhuowen had not revealed his full strength. If Zhuowen had used the full strength of the 7th level of the Jade Stone Body Tempering Technique, and that strange and unpredictable blood flame, Zhuowen's strength would have reached an extremely terrifying level. Even the current Feng Long was probably far from being a match for Zhuowen. "Haha, little brother, I believe that your goal in entering the training grounds is the same as ours. You're all here for the power of the holy city, right? You've also seen the current situation of the trial grounds. Almost everything here has been eroded by the Lord of the Underworld. I'm afraid that the key to the power of the holy city has been controlled by the Lord of the Underworld. Furthermore, the Lord of the Underworld's strength is probably comparable to a legendary warrior. In other words, he's in existence at the peak of the ultimate Emperor realm." At this moment, Feng Long's tone had become extremely polite. After exchanging blows with the young man, he had been shocked to discover that this young man who was younger than him was actually not weaker than him. Clearly, this young man was also an expert who could break through to the ultimate Emperor realm at any time. Is this young man really from a low-level city? He's younger than me, but his strength is already on par with mine. He can even break through to the ultimate Emperor realm at any time. How could a low-level city have nurtured such a monstrous genius? Zhuowen knew that Feng Long probably did not intend to make an enemy out of him. His eyes narrowed. "Are you saying that you intend to form an alliance with me? Little brother, you really are smart. If I'm not wrong, little brother, you're an expert who can break through to the ultimate Emperor realm at any time. But even then, our strength is only comparable to an early-stage ultimate Emperor realm expert at most. It's probably quite difficult for you to deal with the Nether King by yourself. Right now we can only defeat the Hell King if we work together," Feng Long said with a smile. The remaining 4 members of Nine Dragons City were quite surprised by Feng Long's courteous attitude, but they weren't too surprised because Zhuowen's strength was comparable to their captain Feng Long's. After all, the strong would be respected wherever they went. Pang Tong's eyes darkened when he saw Feng Long treat Zhuowen so courteously. However, he did not dare say anything because he knew that the young man before him was strong enough to kill him instantly. Between his emotions and his life, Pang Tong naturally chose his life. He no longer dared to say anything in front of Zhuowen. After a moment of silence, Zhuowen nodded. "All right. The Hell King is indeed powerful. He's not someone I can deal with alone." After thinking about it, Zhuowen agreed to Feng Long's invitation in the end. Although Zhuowen did not fear the Nether King at all with his current strength, it was only because Zhuowen's body was extremely tough. He did not fear the Nether King's attacks at all. However, Zhuowen might not be able to kill the Nether King with his current strength. Feng Long came from Nine Dragons City, and Nine Dragons City was one of the top high-ranking cities. With Feng Long's strength, he would definitely be highly valued in Nine Dragons City. A monster like him would definitely be bestowed with an extremely powerful life-saving treasure by the higher-ups of Nine Dragons City. Pang Tong should also have a powerful life-saving treasure on him. With such a life-saving treasure, it would not be easy for Zhuowen to kill Pang Tong. Only Zhuowen, who revealed his full strength, might be able to kill Pang Tong in a short period of time. Little brother is indeed a sensible person. I am Feng Long from Nine Dragons City. I hope to have a pleasant cooperation with you. Seeing that Zhuowen had agreed, Feng Long's face was full of joy. I am Zhuowen from Vine Armor City. However, I have to make one thing clear in advance. After the Hell King is dealt with, the ownership of the Holy City will depend on each person's ability, Zhuowen said indifferently, nodding slightly. Of course, Feng Long said with a faint smile. So you are Zhuowen. My name is Zhou. However, are you really from a low-ranking city? Your strength is actually on par with Big Brother Feng Long. You are really monstrous. You should know that Big Brother Feng Long is the idol of the younger generation in Nine Dragons City. The red-clothed woman behind Feng Long suddenly came in front of Zhuowen. Her large, watery eyes stared curiously at Zhuowen. The youth in front of her had really exceeded her expectations. Not only had he passed the test of the Mother Nest's magma, but he had also defeated the powerful Pang Tong in one move. Even Feng Long was unable to gain the slightest advantage against him. She really could not imagine which low-ranking city in Muqin County could cultivate such a monstrous genius. It should be known that even the extremely powerful Nine Dragons City had only cultivated Feng Long. Chapter 397. Yuan Li Bal. After reaching an agreement, Feng Long and the others' attitude towards Zhuowen eased a little. They introduced themselves to each other and the atmosphere was harmonious. As for the three people from Thunder Universe City led by Pang Tong, their faces were gloomy. They stood aside and ignored Zhuowen. After what happened just now, Pang Tong and the other two people were not so generous as to shake hands with Zhuowen. Zhuowen did not care about the indifference of Pang Tong and the other two people. After all, he was only in an alliance with them temporarily. Once the Lord of the Underworld was dealt with, they would definitely fight for the power of the Holy City. Haha! With the addition of Brother Zhua, I'm afraid we will have more confidence in dealing with the Lord of the Underworld when we enter the Netherworld Castle. Feng Long looked at Zhuowen and said with a smile. Feng Long, stop talking nonsense. Let's go to the Netherworld Castle now. You should know that the Lord of the Underworld is not so easy to deal with. You might lose your life if you are not careful. Especially some arrogant brats. When they are dealing with the Lord of the Underworld, it is easy for them to lose their lives, Pang Tong interrupted coldly. Right now, Pang Tong was in an extremely bad mood. Earlier, he had been defeated by Zhuowen in a single move, causing him, the captain of Thunder Universe City, to lose face. Naturally, his attitude towards Zhuowen was not very good. Feng Long frowned when he heard this. However, he still asked Zhuowen with a smile, Brother Zhua, what do you think? Let's go. I also want to see how powerful the Lord of the Underworld is. Zhuowen did not care about Pang Tong's hostility, and said with a smile. Seeing that Zhuowen had agreed, Feng Long let out a sigh of relief. He shouted at the team and led the team to the Netherworld Castle at the end of the grassland. Zhuowen slowly followed at the back of the team. He looked calm on the surface, but his eyes were vigilantly staring at the Netherworld Castle that stood quietly at the end of the grassland. He could faintly feel that the Netherworld Castle was definitely not ordinary. As the owner of the Netherworld Castle, it was very likely that the Netherworld King had set up extremely troublesome traps inside. It was precisely because of this inexplicable ominous feeling that Zhuowen finally decided to ally with Feng Long. Nine Dragons City and Thunder Universe City were both top-ranked advanced cities. Every member of their teams was an elite expert. If these elites worked together, Zhuowen would have a hard time dealing with them even if he went all out. Hence, following these two teams was undoubtedly a wise choice. Meanwhile, Feng Long had also taken a fancy to Zhuowen's strength. Hence, he had enthusiastically tried to recruit Zhuowen. After all, if he could gain a combatant on par with Feng Long, his chances of clearing Nether Castle would increase significantly. Furthermore, Feng Long was not afraid that the holy city's strength would fall into Zhuowen's hands. Although Zhuowen's strength had somewhat exceeded his expectations, it was only on par with him. Furthermore, their 9-dragon city team had as many as 5 people. When the time came to snatch the holy city's strength, 9-dragon city would undoubtedly have a great advantage. Just as everyone was walking on the grassland in peace, at the end of the grassland, at the Netherworld castle that was shrouded in endless ink-black fog, the Netherworld king, who was dressed in a black suit, stood on the city wall. His scarlet eyes looked into the distance as he stared at the black grassland in front of him. The corners of his mouth curled into an elegant arc. This king is truly a little surprised. The 3 activated mother nests have all been broken through. The strength of the toys that entered the training ground this time is different from before, especially that brat from the first mother nest. He actually destroyed the mother nest by himself and arrived at the Netherworld grassland. The Netherworld king licked his ink-black lip. His scarlet eyes became somewhat fanatical as he laughed sinisterly. That young man might become the most exquisite treasure that I have collected in 1,000 years. When Feng Long and the others finally arrived at the entrance of the Netherworld castle, they raised their heads to look at the strange and sinister castle before them. They could feel a bone-chilling coldness that came from within. It was as if they had fallen into an icehouse, causing them to involuntarily shiver. This is the Netherworld castle that the Netherworld king lives in? It really is incomparably cold, the red-clothed woman behind Feng Long, Zhou Li, said softly with some unease as she shrunk her neck. The others also looked at the Netherworld castle before them with grave expressions. They had already estimated the Netherworld king's strength before they entered the training ground. They knew that he was an existence that was comparable to an ultimate Emperor realm cultivator at the peak of the first wheel. He was definitely a great enemy to them. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes as he stared at the huge castle shrouded in black fog. However, he secretly called out to Xiao He, "Xiao He, did you find anything out of the ordinary about the Nether castle? Also, is the Netherworld king really hiding in the Netherworld castle?" After a while, Xiao He's grave voice rang out in Zhuowen's mind. "Kid, this Netherworld castle is a little strange. It can actually block this Dragon Lord's senses. However, I can faintly sense that the Netherworld king's aura is within the castle. As for where exactly he is, I can't find out the exact location. However, you have to be extremely careful once you enter the Netherworld castle. The danger level of the Netherworld castle is probably even higher than the Mother Nest's lava." Zhuowen's expression changed slightly when he heard this. His eyes immediately darkened. He hadn't expected Xiao He to give the Netherworld castle such a high evaluation. The Mother Nest's lava was already abnormal enough. This so-called Netherworld castle was actually even more dangerous than the former. It looked like he really had to be careful once he entered the Netherworld castle. Creak. Just as everyone was looking at the Netherworld castle before them with grave gazes, the tall and strange castle gates slowly opened from the middle, revealing a dark corridor within. "Kakik. Welcome to the Netherworld castle, my cute toys." Following the ear-piercing sound of the door opening, a sharp and sinister laughter slowly spread from the corridor behind the castle gates to everyone's ears. A cold and gloomy aura also rushed out from the castle gate. "Humph, deliberately mystifying fellow." Pang Tong coldly snorted and directly led the remaining 2 members of the Thunder University team into the castle gate. He had no intention of waiting for the others. Although Feng Long was a little displeased with Pang Tong's unauthorized action, he didn't say anything. After all, Pang Tong and the other 2 weren't his subordinate. He didn't have the authority to order them around. "Let's go in too." Feng Long shook his head and also led the few members of the 9 Dragons City team into the corridor. Zhuowen naturally followed closely behind Feng Long and the others. The corridor was about 2 meters high and 1 meter wide. It was extremely narrow. Candles hung on both sides of the corridor, emitting a dim yellow light. After entering the corridor, Zhuowen felt a bone-chilling cold continuously invading his body. Fortunately, Zhuowen's physical body was so strong that it was impervious to poison. The cold aura had no effect on him at all. The 5 people from the 9 Dragons City only needed to circulate a little yuan power to completely expel the cold aura. Let's go. Pang Tong and the other 2 shouldn't have gone too far. After all, we are an alliance. Moreover, we are now in this dangerous netherworld castle. It's best not to split up. Feng Long said a few words to the few people behind him. Then, he directly rushed toward the corridor. Zhuowen and the others naturally didn't have any objections. They all followed closely behind Feng Long. The corridor was extremely deep and seemed to be endless. The group of 6 flew for nearly an hour, but they still hadn't walked out of the corridor. Just when Feng Long and the others were a little impatient, the red-clothed lady called Zhou suddenly said in surprise, "Look! There is light in front. That should be the exit of the corridor." Hearing this, the rest of the people also looked forward. Sure enough, they found that there was a rather dazzling white light in front of them. Immediately, their spirits were lifted and they rushed toward the exit of the corridor. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In the blink of an eye, the group of 6 entered the white light. The dazzling light involuntarily caused everyone to raise their hands to cover their eyes. When the light gradually faded, everyone slowly opened their eyes and saw the scenery at the exit of the corridor clearly. This was an extremely spacious hall. The hall was surrounded by huge stone pillars that were as thick as 3 people hugging together. They supported the arched roof at the top. In the middle of the hall, there was a huge light ball that was dozens of feet in size quietly floating. The dazzling white light just now was emitted from this light ball. At this moment, Pang Tong and the other 2 were standing in front of the light ball. Their eyes were looking at the light ball in the middle of the hall. As if they had heard the footsteps of Feng Long and the others, Pang Tong and the other 2 turned their heads to look at Feng Long and the others who had just entered. Their faces were expressionless. "Pang Tong, what is that light ball in the middle of the hall?" Feng Long came to Pang Tong's side and focused his gaze on the light ball as he asked curiously. However, Pang Tong shook his head and said, "I have also just arrived not long ago. I don't know what this light ball is. However, I can feel that this light ball is filled with an extremely rich yuan power. I'm afraid that this thing is extremely beneficial to our cultivation." At this point, a trace of greed appeared in Pang Tong's eyes. His gaze was fixed on the light ball in front of him. After Pang Tong's reminder, Feng Long and the others also noticed the extremely rich yuan power contained in the light ball. A trace of astonishment appeared in their eyes. However, this trace of astonishment was quickly replaced by a burning desire. If my guess is correct, this light ball is very likely the extremely famous yuan power ball from ancient times. It is said that the yuan power ball contains an extremely large amount of yuan power. Moreover, this yuan power can basically be directly absorbed without refining. It can raise a warrior's cultivation level in a short period of time. Moreover, there are no side effects. However, this kind of thing has been lost for a long time in the recent ancient times. I did not expect to see such an ancient treasure in the Netherworld castle. Feng Long seemed to recognize the huge light ball in front of him. He could not help but murmur the origins of the light ball. His gaze became even more fervent. A treasure like the yuan power ball that could raise one's cultivation level extremely quickly was an extremely precious item, no matter which era it was in. If such an item was placed in the outside world, it was likely that even an ultimate 9-wheel emperor would try to snatch it. Chapter 398. First floor. What? It's actually a yuan energy ball. This is something that could be considered a treasure even in ancient times. It actually appeared in Nether Castle? As expected of the inside of the Essence Tower, there are opportunities everywhere. I can't believe I can encounter such a treasure in this training ground. Everyone in the hall immediately started discussing as they stared fixedly at the ball of light in the center of the hall. Something like a yuan energy ball was extremely tempting to any cultivator. Kid, there's an extremely powerful restriction on the surface of this ball of light. It's best if you don't get too close. When Zhuowen's gaze converged on the ball of light, Xiao Hei's voice slowly rang out in his mind. Immediately, Zhuowen's eyes narrowed into slits because he actually did not detect any trace of restriction on the surface of the ball of light. This yuan energy ball belongs to me, Pang Tong. Ha! Finally, someone could no longer hold back. The first person to make a move was the captain of Thunder Universe City, Pang Tong. Pang Tong's eyes were filled with passion as he stared at the ball of light. His feet suddenly stomped on the ground as his speed soared to the extreme. In an instant, he arrived on the surface of the ball of light. Damn it! Pang Tong, stop right there. Feng Long did not expect Pang Tong to be so fast. At first, he was stunned. Then, a trace of anger appeared on his face as he pushed his speed to the extreme and chased after Pang Tong. Feng Long, although you're stronger than me, I'm afraid that you might not be faster than me in terms of speed. Therefore, this yuan energy ball is destined to be mine. Pang Tong laughed as he increased his speed once again. He practically formed an afterimage in the air as he instantly pulled a small distance away from Feng Long. This caused Feng Long to be somewhat flustered and exasperated. The only person in the hall who could still be considered calm was Zhuowen. At this moment, a trace of schadenfreude appeared on Zhuowen's face. He had never doubted Xiao Hei's judgment. Therefore, Zhuowen, who stood out, was likely to suffer a calamity. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Pang Tong was already within reach of the glowing ball. He could directly touch the glowing ball if he extended his hand. The smile on Pang Tong's face became even more brilliant. He knew that if he obtained this yuan power ball and completely refined the rich yuan power within it, his strength would soar by leaps and bounds. It would not be much of a problem for him to catch up to Feng Long. Filled with excitement and joy, Pang Tong's right hand reached into the sphere of light. At that moment, the smile on his face froze and his rosy cheeks turned incomparably dark. Bang! The ball of light suddenly trembled, and an extremely vast force immediately rebounded from the ball of light, violently slamming into Pang Tong's body. Poochie! A mouthful of blood immediately spurted out as Pang Tong flew backwards in an extremely miserable manner. He slid on the ground for several dozen meters before finally slamming into one of the stone pillars in the hall. His entire body was embedded within the stone pillar. Everyone in the hall sucked in a breath of cold air. They had clearly checked the surface of the glowing ball, and there were no restrictions. So why was Pang Tong directly repelled when he came into contact with the glowing ball? At this moment, Feng Long had already arrived before the glowing ball. However, due to Pang Tong's experience, Feng Long had become extremely cautious. His right hand gently touched the surface of the glowing ball. The moment his right hand came into contact with the glowing ball, he could feel an extremely terrifying force constantly obstructing his right hand. How strange! He actually placed a restriction in the glowing ball. No wonder I was unable to detect any traces of a restriction in the beginning. Withdrawing his right hand, Feng Long gently took a few steps back. His gaze was rather strange as he muttered to himself. Looks like Brother Pang's luck isn't too good. With that, Feng Long's gaze turned and immediately focused on Pang Tong, who was struggling to get up from the stone pillar. On the stone pillar, Pang Tong, who had just been helped up by two of his subordinates, could not help but spit out another mouthful of blood when he heard Feng Long's mocking words. He viciously glared at Feng Long before silently walking to the side and sitting down to heal. Chi! At the same time, the light in the glowing ball suddenly trembled, revealing a rather delicate and pretty face of a youth. He had black hair and red eyes. He was dressed in formal attire and had ink-black lips. He appeared gloomy and strange. Welcome to the Netherworld Castle. I wonder if everyone was satisfied with the welcome gift just now? The scarlet-eyed youth placed his right hand on his chest and elegantly lowered his head as he grinned. Hearing the profound words of the scarlet-eyed youth, Pang Tong, who was still silently recuperating, suddenly opened his eyes. His beast-like eyes stared straight at the youth's figure in the ball of light. He knew that the mystery behind the ball of elemental energy was definitely caused by this fellow. "You are the Netherworld King?" Feng Long looked at the youth in the glowing ball and calmly asked. That's me. Furthermore, I also know that you risked your lives to enter the training grounds. I'm afraid it's for the Holy City's power, right? However, I can regretfully tell you that you will not be able to obtain the Holy City's power because it has already been obtained by me. The scarlet-eyed youth laughed sinisterly. He waved his right hand and a small golden city appeared in his palm. This small golden city looked like the Holy City. The Holy City's power? Everyone in the hall could not help but exclaim when they saw the miniature golden city in the youth's palm. Back in the sacred hall, Alice had already told everyone what the Holy City's power looked like. Therefore, everyone immediately recognized the miniature golden city when they saw it. Zhuowen suddenly took a step forward. He narrowed his eyes as he stared at the Netherworld King in the glowing ball and said coldly, "As long as I kill you, the Holy City's power will naturally belong to me. Do you think that we can't kill you?" "Kill me? Brat, aren't you being a little too arrogant? I am immortal here. Regardless of whether it's Alice or you, it's impossible for you to kill me. Moreover, all of you will become my toys." The Netherworld King laughed coldly. "The arrogant person should be you. There's nothing in this world that is immortal. As long as one's power reaches a certain level, anything can be destroyed. It's the same for you, Netherworld King," Zhuowen said indifferently. The Netherworld King's eyes immediately turned cold. He glared at Zhuowen and said, "Brat, I've left a deep impression on you. You're quite powerful to be able to destroy the mother nest's magma all by yourself. However, if you think that you can defeat me like that, you're far too naive. In order to reward you for your spectacular performance in the mother nest's magma, I've decided to add you to my collection. You should know that not just anyone can be added to my collection." Everyone in the hall looked at Zhuowen strangely when they heard what the Netherworld King said. They had guessed that Zhuowen had passed through the mother nest's magma. They had always thought that Zhuowen and the other two had entered the trial and that Zhuowen had only survived the mother nest's magma after losing the other two. However, from the Netherworld King's words, it seemed like Zhuowen had entered the trial alone and destroyed the mother nest's magma with his own strength. That was how he had passed through the mother nest's magma. Everyone looked at Zhuowen in shock when they thought of that. After going through the mother nest's magma, they knew very well just how dangerous and difficult it was. Even their team of 8 had to lose a few people before they could pass through the mother nest's magma. It was easy to imagine how difficult it was for someone to pass through the mother nest's magma alone. Even Feng Long could not guarantee that he could pass through the mother nest's magma successfully, but Zhuowen had done it. Feng Long's brows furrowed slightly. He knew that, if it were him alone, even he wouldn't be able to withstand the pressure. Thinking of this, Feng Long stared at Zhuowen with a complicated look. He thought to himself, could it be that Zhuowen has been hiding his strength all this time? Zhuowen knew that things were not going well. He did not want to expose his strength completely yet, so he pretended to be calm and said, "I was just lucky. I just happened to have a move that can deal with groups. That's why I showed a certain advantage when I passed through the mother nest's magma." Zhuowen didn't say this for the Underworld King. Instead, he said it to Feng Long and the others. Therefore, Zhuowen raised his voice slightly. When Feng Long and the others heard this, they immediately felt relieved. They secretly praised Zhuowen's luck. He actually had a move that could deal with groups. It should be known that a move that was suitable for group battles was extremely powerful. With such a move, it would be relatively easy to deal with the large number of evil creature larvae in the mother nest's magma. But even so, I still admire Brother Zhuowen's strength. After all, we have personally experienced how powerful the Mother Nest's magma is. Although you have a move that can deal with groups, it's still very impressive that you can pass through it alone. Feng Long cupped his hands politely at Zhuowen at this time. His sharp eyes were fixed on the latter. He always felt that Zhuowen in front of him gave him an unfathomable feeling. In his heart, he began to secretly regard Zhuowen as his biggest opponent on this trip to the Sandstone Island. Brother Feng, you're too polite. I'm not as strong as you think. Besides, now is not the time to talk about this. We should be thinking about how to deal with the Netherworld King and seize the Holy City's power. Zhuowen shook his head and said. Hearing this, Feng Long nodded in agreement. After all, the Holy City's power had not been obtained yet. There was no conflict of interest between the two of them. He did not need to go against Zhuowen so early. Thinking of this, Feng Long's gaze shifted slightly. The scarlet-eyed young man gathered in the light ball in the center of the hall said, Netherworld King, do you dare to fight with us? As soon as Feng Long said this, the others in the hall also fixed their gazes on the Netherworld King, who was in the light ball, waiting for his answer. Fight with you? TSK, you think too highly of yourselves. Who do you think I am? Who do you think you are? Do you think a bunch of motley crew like you are qualified to fight with me? The Netherworld King sneered. So you're afraid? Zhuowen suddenly sneered. Chapter 399. Dark Serpent Dragon, I'll be waiting for you on the 3rd floor. With that, the image of the Nether King disappeared from the ball of light, leaving behind a chilling laughter that echoed through the hall. Boom! Boom! At the same time, the entire hall began to shake violently. Immediately, Feng Long and the rest were shocked to discover that the surface of the 4 enormous stone pillars that supported the hall had shattered into numerous cracks. Oh! A deafening roar immediately resounded through the hall. Afterwards, 4 black serpents that were several dozen feet long burst out of the 4 stone pillars. The serpents were covered in pitch-black scales. Their lantern-sized eyes shone with a cold light. When they opened their mouths, they revealed rows of sharp white teeth that shone with a cold light. Be careful! Feng Long and the others' expressions changed drastically. They all retreated and gathered around the ball of light. They stared at the 4 serpents that surrounded them with grave expressions. Zhuowen also retreated silently to the side of the ball of light. A rare trace of seriousness appeared in his eyes. He could sense that the black serpents before him were extremely powerful. They were no weaker than the blood-horned dragon-slaying serpent from the blood-red swamp. The blood-horned dragon-slaying serpent was a soul beast that could rival an early-stage Emperor Realm cultivator. Its destructive power was extremely great, and its defense was terrifyingly tough. Back then, Zhuowen had relied on the Icefire Lotus to barely kill it. Of course, with Zhuowen's current strength, he naturally didn't fear the black serpent that could rival the blood-horned dragon-slaying serpent. If there was only one black serpent, Zhuowen wouldn't be worried. However, now that there were 4 of them, it was rather troublesome. It's actually a dark serpent. That's a soul beast that can rival an early-stage Emperor Realm cultivator. Feng Long's expression changed slightly. When the others heard that, their expressions changed as well. Clearly, they had some understanding of the dark serpent dragon. Faintly, fear appeared on their faces. Feng Long, what should we do now? The arrogant Pang Tong's expression was extremely solemn as he asked Feng Long for advice. Feng Long was the strongest person in the team. In such a critical moment, the others all faintly regarded him as the backbone of the team. Although Zhuowen's strength was not weaker than Feng Long's, Feng Long also came from an advanced city. Naturally, the others were more willing to listen to Feng Long's arrangements. Zhuowen could also sense that the others were distancing themselves from him, but he didn't care. We can only fight now. This should be the 1st floor of the Nether Castle, and these 4 dark flood dragons should be the guardians of the 1st floor. Only by defeating these 4 dark flood dragons can we enter the 2nd floor. Therefore we can only fight now. Feng Long indeed had the demeanor of a leader. At this critical moment, he was extremely calm. Brother Zhuo. Feng Long suddenly turned to Zhuowen and asked, "You don't mind if we each deal with one dark flood dragon, right?" Feng Long knew that he and Zhuowen were the only ones in the team who could break through to the ultimate Emperor realm at any time. Their strength was completely comparable to an early ultimate Emperor realm cultivator. They should have no problem dealing with the dark flood dragons alone. Sure. Zhuowen didn't argue and nodded in agreement. Seeing that Zhuowen had agreed, Feng Long let out a sigh of relief and continued, "Zhou Li, you lead the other three to hold back one of the black dragon. The last one will be left to Pang Tong and the other two." The situation was urgent, so Zhou Li and Pang Tong agreed without hesitation. "Everyone, don't hold back. Do your best to keep the dark flood dragons busy. As long as we can deal with one of them, we'll definitely win this battle." Feng Long shouted loudly as he stomped his foot on the ground. His entire body turned into a series of afterimages as he flew directly towards the black flood dragon closest to the light ball. A powerful aura that wasn't any weaker than an ultimate Emperor realm cultivator surged out of Feng Long's body. At the same time, Feng Long pulled out a golden halberd from his Qiankuan bag. He swung his right hand and smashed it against the black flood dragon's head. Boom! The sound of metal clashing resounded as sparks flew. The halberd only left a white mark on the flood dragon's head. Oh! Feng Long's attack immediately enraged the dark flood dragon. It roared and spat out a thick black poisonous gas from its bloody mouth. It charged towards Feng Long. Feng Long's expression changed slightly. He swung his Fangtian halberd, and the golden essence force formed a hurricane, blocking all the poisonous gas that the black flood dragon shot out. Boom! 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 For a moment, Feng Long and the dark flood dragon were locked in battle. They were evenly matched. However, the dark flood dragon relied on its thick skin and thick flesh to not defend at all. It directly attacked with brute force. This kind of fighting style put Feng Long at a slight disadvantage. "Let's go." Seeing Feng Long taking the lead, the woman in red, Zhou Li, naturally would not stand by and watch. She took the 3 members of 9 Dragons City behind her and rushed toward the second dark flood dragon. The 4 of them spread out around the dark flood dragon in the air and used their best moves and spiritual treasures to smash on the dark flood dragon's body. For a moment, they entangled the dark flood dragon. Since Feng Long and the others were trying so hard to pin down the 2 black flood dragons, Zhuowen naturally couldn't just stand by and watch. He stomped on the ground and charged towards the other black flood dragon that didn't have an opponent yet. In the process of flying through the air, Zhuowen's skin turned into a glazed color. He had performed the 6th level of the Jade Stone Body Tempering technique. Boom! As soon as he arrived in front of the dark flood dragon, Zhuowen punched out. His powerful physical strength instantly tore through the air and formed small cyclones around his body. Howl! The dark flood dragon roared angrily when it saw the human warrior provoking it so recklessly. A pair of dark claws hidden under its abdomen directly tore through the air and blasted towards Zhuowen. Boom! The claws and the fist collided in an instant. At the point of contact, a ring-shaped airwave crazily spread in all directions. The ground even cracked inch by inch under the aftermath of the collision. Thump! 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 Under such a collision, Zhuowen and the dark flood dragon each retreated more than 10 meters. They faced each other on opposite sides of the hall. The atmosphere was solemn. The dark flood dragon stopped abruptly. Its lantern-sized eyes were filled with anger. It swung its huge tail and pounced towards Zhuowen again. The human ancient martial art practitioner in front of it was too abominable. It had to tear him apart completely. "If you want to fight, I'll keep you company." Zhuowen was not to be outdone. With his current physical fitness, he was not afraid of the black flood dragon even if he had to fight it head-on. He took a step in the air and collided with the black flood dragon once again like an arrow leaving the bow. Boom! Boom! In an instant, Zhuowen and the dark flood dragon had exchanged over 10 moves. Every move was like a landslide, causing a huge commotion. A ring-shaped airwave spread out, as though the surrounding space was about to collapse. Such a violent commotion immediately attracted the attention of the few people who were fighting with the other 3 dark flood dragons. When they glanced at Zhuowen's battle from the corner of their eyes, their pupils suddenly shrank because they saw an extremely shocking scene. Zhuowen was actually fighting the dark flood dragon in close-quarters combat. Furthermore, it looked like they were evenly matched. What kind of physical body did one need to be able to fight the dark flood dragon in close-quarters combat? The strength of Zhuowen's physical body is above my expectations. He can actually fight the dark flood dragon head-on. It seems that this person can't be underestimated. Feng Long, who was holding the halberd in his hand, was evenly matched with the dark black flood dragon. When he saw Zhuowen using his physical body to take on the dark black flood dragon, a hint of shock emerged in his heart. Zhuowen must have cultivated an extremely powerful body refining technique. That's why his physical body is so tough. However, in terms of cultivation level, he should still be a level lower than me. This time, I can't let him beat me to it. I have to get rid of the dark flood dragon as soon as possible. Seeing Zhuowen's battle situation, a trace of fighting spirit surfaced in Feng Long's eyes. He waved the halberd in his hand continuously. Every move he executed contained an extremely frightening power, which directly forced the black dragon to retreat continuously. In an instant, the black dragon went from being at a disadvantage to having the upper hand. Lower Emperor armor skill, Stormy Waves halberd. Directly kill everything. Perhaps due to Zhuowen's provocation, Feng Long didn't hold back anymore. His right hand that was holding the halberd suddenly tightened, and he directly drew a strange mark in the air. Instantly, the surrounding origin energy started to boil, and countless origin energy seemed to form waves of frenzied waves around Feng Long. With Feng Long as the center, the area within 100 feet was completely submerged by the endless wave. Feng Long stepped on the waves with a fierce gaze and an arrogant posture. Roar! Suddenly, being surrounded by such a turbulent wave, the dark flood dragon suddenly felt a trace of uneasiness. It roared and directly rushed toward Feng Long, who was in the middle of the wave. It knew that the person who had created such a terrifying wave was this abominable human. As long as it killed this human, the wave would naturally be destroyed. What a death-seeking bastard! The corners of Feng Long's mouth curled into a cold smile. In this endless wave, he was the master of this place. How could he let the dark flood dragon get close to him so easily? Feng Long's sky piercer was held horizontally in his right hand. The turbulent wave formed an extremely thick water wall in front of him, directly blocking the dark flood dragon's attack. At the same time, the waves in all directions formed into thick water pythons, one after another, restraining the dark flood dragon, making it unable to move. Go to hell! Feng Long shouted loudly. The sky piercer in his right hand suddenly flew toward the bound dark flood dragon. The sky piercer directly turned into a golden light and directly rushed into the dark flood dragon's vital point. Puff! Chapter 400. Struggle Awa! The dark flood dragon let out a mournful cry and fell heavily into the waves. It struggled continuously and finally lost all signs of life. The endless waves receded, and Feng Long walked out with a pale face. He was gasping for breath, and his chest was heaving up and down. It was obvious that he had paid a great price for using the Emperor-grade armor skill just now. The fact that Feng Long had ended the battle so quickly made Zhou Li and the others feel refreshed. The 4 of them attacked the Black Flood Dragon even more fiercely. However, the strength of the 4 of them was too weak. Even if the 4 of them worked together, they were still at a disadvantage. In fact, the battle on their side was in a precarious situation. Zhuowen, who was in a remote corner, couldn't help but squint his eyes. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, Nine Dragon City is worthy of being called the top advanced city. They actually have such a precious lower Emperor armor skill. The power of the stormy waves halberd that Feng Long had used just now made Zhuowen quite envious. Since it could kill the Dark Flood Dragon in one move, it could be seen that the power of the stormy waves halberd was not inferior to his ice and fire lotus. Moreover, this was only a low Emperor level armor skill. If it was a higher level armor skill, wouldn't its power be earth-shattering? Awooh! Perhaps it was because of the death of the Dark Flood Dragon that Feng Long was fighting, but the other 3 Dark Flood Dragons actually let out a sorrowful cry together. Their eyes turned extremely red, and they all went berserk. Their strength was at least 30% higher than before. Boom! The Dark Flood Dragon, whose strength had skyrocketed, swung its claw and smashed onto the defenses of Zhou Li and the others. With a crisp cracking sound, the defenses of Zhou Li and the others collapsed inch by inch. Poochie! Under this kind of bombardment, Zhou Li and the other 3 were sent flying while coughing up blood. The defense that they had been maintaining immediately collapsed. Awooh! The Black Flood Dragon's eyes were red and filled with rage and killing intent. Its huge black tail was like a huge whip as it swung towards the woman in red, Zhou Li. Be careful! Seeing that the Black Flood Dragon's huge tail was about to hit Zhou Li's body, Feng Long let out a loud shout. The Fangtian halberd in his hand flew forward and directly hit the Flood Dragon's huge tail, causing it to deviate from its original trajectory and miss Zhou Li's body. Whoosh! Feng Long stepped lightly and leaped into the air. He placed his right hand on Zhou Li's back and stabilized her body. Then, he stared solemnly at the black dragon in front of him. Are you all right? Feng Long asked Zhou Li with a serious expression. I'm fine. It's just that we didn't expect the Dark Flood Dragon to suddenly go berserk. Its strength has increased by a lot. Zhou Li shook her head and said bitterly. Awooh! Another resounding roar rang out. The strength of the Black Serpent Dragon that Pang Tong and the other 2 were holding back had increased by quite a bit. At that moment, it was violently slamming into the defensive circle formed by Pang Tong and the other 2. Under the collision, the defensive circle formed by the 3 of them began to tremble. Pang Tong and the others can't hold on much longer. Zhou Li, quickly take the other 3 to assist Pang Tong and the others. Stall that Dark Flood Dragon. Leave this Dark Flood Dragon to me. Feng Long's expression changed slightly. He hurriedly ordered Zhou Li, who was beside him, to draw out the Fangtian halberd and charge towards the Dark Flood Dragon. Zhou Li glanced worriedly at Feng Long's back. She knew that Feng Long had just used the halberd of stormy waves, a low-level Emperor-grade armor technique. After all, Feng Long was only a half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. Although he could break through to the Ultimate Emperor Realm at any time, he could barely use an Emperor-grade armor technique. The burden of using an Emperor-grade armor technique was extremely heavy for a half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. Even the lowest-level Emperor-grade armor technique would cause a great backlash when used by a half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. If Feng Long hadn't reached the point where he could break through to the Ultimate Emperor Realm at any time, he probably wouldn't have been able to fight anymore. Sigh. Big brother Feng, you should be careful too. Zhou Li gritted her teeth and nodded solemnly. Then, she led the other 3 from Nine Dragons City and charged towards Pang Tong and the other 2 who were locked in a bitter battle. With the addition of Zhou Li and the other 3, Pang Tong's battle became much easier. Boom, boom, boom. Feng Long and the Berserk Black Flood Dragon clashed again. Because he had used the halberd of stormy waves, Feng Long was at a complete disadvantage and could only passively take a beating. At this moment, Feng Long's face was as pale as snow. After using the halberd of stormy waves, he had suffered a great backlash. The yuan power in his dantian had been greatly depleted, and it was extremely difficult for him to deal with the Black Flood Dragon's attack. Bang! The black flood dragon swung its tail and drilled through the gap in Feng Long's defense, slamming heavily into his chest. Poochie! Feng Long spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards like a withered leaf. He left a trail of blood on the ground and formed a huge crater. Big Brother Feng. On the other side, in the 7-man battle between Zhou Li and Pang Tong, the red-clothed woman, Zhou Li, saw Feng Long fly out. Her pretty face changed greatly, and she couldn't help but cry out in alarm. She directly ignored the 7-man battle and rushed toward Feng Long, who had fallen into the pit. Damn it! This despicable woman! Pang Tong's expression changed slightly as he cursed in his heart. As soon as Zhou Li left, the pressure on Pang Tong's team increased sharply. The remaining 6 people were instantly at a disadvantage. At the same time, the black flood dragon's huge tail was ready to strike. It was like a whip that swung towards Feng Long, who was in the crater. Whoosh! Just as the black flood dragon's tail slammed into the crater, a fiery red figure rushed into the crater and pulled Feng Long out of it in the blink of an eye. Boom! The huge tail slammed into the crater, and the powerful force immediately expanded the crater by several times. Countless gravel flew in all directions along with the airwaves. Awo! Seeing that its prey had been rescued, the black flood dragon roared angrily. It swung its huge tail and rushed towards Zhou Li and Feng Long, who were fleeing not far away. At the same time, waves of ink-black poisonous gas gushed out from its bloody mouth. In the blink of an eye, a thick poisonous gas enveloped Zhou Li and Feng Long. Zhuowen, who was facing off against the black flood dragon, saw Zhou Li and Feng Long, who were shrouded in poisonous gas, not far away. His eyes narrowed as he muttered to himself, Feng Long shouldn't be defeated so easily. Sure enough, the moment Zhuowen's words left his mouth, the ink-black poison gas nearby immediately began to churn. Immediately, waves of churning waves surged out from within the poison gas, directly expelling the surrounding black poison gas. Stormy Wave's halberd break, break, break. A deep roar suddenly came out from the poisonous gas. Soon after, Feng Long grabbed Zhou Li's waist with his right hand and slowly walked out from the endless waves with a gloomy face. He gently placed the unconscious Zhou Li on the ground. With a stomp of his foot, countless waves formed a huge water halberd in front of him. Whoosh! The huge water halberd was like an arrow released from a bow. It turned into a golden light and directly pierced through the berserk black flood dragon. After all, the Stormy Wave's halberd was an Emperor armor skill. Even if the black flood dragon was in a berserk state, it was unlikely that it could withstand the power of the Emperor armor skill. Boom! Without exception, the halberd of Stormy Waves directly ignored the defense of the black flood dragon's scales and directly pierced through its vital point. Naturally, the black flood dragon's fate was sealed, and it quickly lost its life force. Puff! After using the lower Emperor armor skill, the Stormy Waves halberd, twice in a row, Feng Long finally couldn't withstand the powerful backlash. He directly spat out a mouthful of blood, and his eyes became much dimmer than before. Brother Zhua, 2 black flood dragons are my limit. I'll leave the remaining 2 to you. After saying this, Feng Long directly sat down cross-legged and took out the healing elixirs from his Qiankuan bag. He actually started to heal himself without any distractions. He didn't plan to care about the other 2 black flood dragons at all. He knew that Zhuowen's strength was not much weaker than his. Moreover, with the help of Pang Tong and the other 5 people, it shouldn't be a problem to kill the remaining 2 black flood dragons. Not far away, Zhuowen heard this and the corner of his mouth twitched. After hearing Feng Long's words, he didn't have the nerve to continue playing with the black flood dragon. Brother Feng, don't worry. With a chuckle, Zhuowen's muscles suddenly swelled. Then, he suddenly opened the Thunder Serpent wings and the Thunder Flood Dragon's wings. With a flash of lightning, he dodged the Black Flood Dragon's attack and instantly circled behind the Black Flood Dragon. Suddenly, Zhuowen fell like a free fall. With his steel-like knee down, he violently smashed the Black Flood Dragon's head. Boom! The black flood dragon's huge eyes suddenly bulged out. Blood vessels could be seen in the depths of its eyes, making it look extremely terrifying. Its huge head suddenly fell down, smashing a huge hole in the ground. At this time, Zhuowen's strength was so great that it could reach more than 1,000,000 pounds. The full force of the 1,000-pound fall was enough to shatter mountains and crush bluestones. Even if the black flood dragon had a thick skin, it probably couldn't withstand such a huge force. With a soft groan, the black flood dragon lay motionless in the hole. Obviously, it couldn't be more dead. After killing the black flood dragon, Zhuowen's feet stepped in the air and directly headed toward the battle group where Pang Tong and the others were not far away. With a flash of lightning, Zhuowen arrived in front of the last black flood dragon with the thunder wings on his back. He clenched his 5 fingers into a fist and suddenly punched the black flood dragon's head. The powerful force immediately sent the black flood dragon flying and crashing into the side wall of the hall. Zhuowen sent the black flood dragon flying. Pang Tong and the others, who were struggling to hold on, finally felt relieved. However, when they saw Zhuowen easily send the black flood dragon flying with a punch, they still had a trace of disbelief on their faces. It seemed that this Zhuowen's strength was above their expectations. This Zhuowen is actually so strong? Even Feng Long had to use his Emperor-level armor skill when facing the Black Flood Dragon. However, this guy directly sent the Black Flood Dragon flying with a punch with his physical strength. Moreover, he doesn't seem to be injured at all. Is this guy even human? Chapter 401. Calamity of Heaven and Earth. Zhuowen did not slow down after defeating the Black Flood Dragon. He rushed toward the Black Flood Dragon in the side wall like an arrow. He patted his Qianquan bag with his right hand and a blood-red spear appeared in his palm. Moon Demon Secret Codex, Blood Rupture Style. The muscles on Zhuowen's right hand swelled as he fiercely swung the great spear. His powerful Yuan power combined with his physical strength almost tore the surrounding space apart. Soon after, a gigantic blood-colored great spear descended from the sky like a mountain, heavily smashing into the body of the Black Flood Dragon on the side wall. Puff! Under the attack of the blood-red spear, the Black Flood Dragon was blasted into a bloody mess. It couldn't be more dead. Zhuowen's magnificent feat of killing 2 dark black Jiao dragons in a row immediately made the others gasp. Feng Long, who was still healing, obviously heard the gasps around him. He couldn't help but open his eyes, and immediately saw the empty hall. Feng Long looked around and saw the other 2 black flood dragons that had died a violent death. His pupils shrank. He hadn't been healing for long and the other 2 black flood dragons had already been killed? Zhuowen, this guy. He actually killed the other 2 black flood dragons so quickly? And he doesn't seem to be injured at all. Feng Long immediately stared at Zhuowen. When he saw that Zhuowen was completely unharmed, the shock in his heart became even more intense. After all, he had only barely managed to kill 2 dark serpents after using his Emperor-tier armor skill. However, Zhuowen had easily killed the same number of dark serpents. Taking a deep breath, Feng Long's gaze suddenly became incomparably complicated. He was the number 1 genius of 9 Dragon City and was highly regarded by the city's upper echelons. The other younger generation had to look up to him and look at his back. Therefore, he had always been aloof and thought that except for the top geniuses of the super cities, the geniuses of other cities simply couldn't be compared to him. He didn't even take Pang Tong, the captain of Thunder Universe City's team, whose strength wasn't any weaker than 9 Dragon City's team, to heart. Although Pang Tong's strength wasn't bad, his realm was much lower than his, so he had never treated him as an opponent. But Zhuowen, a boy from a low-level city, had appeared out of nowhere and surprised him time and time again. Not only had he broken through the Mother Nest's lava pool alone, but he had also shown strength that was on par with his own. Now, he had easily taken care of 2 black flood dragons. It was obvious that this unknown boy in front of him was far stronger than him. For the first time, Feng Long felt a sense of defeat in his heart. This feeling of depression made Feng Long feel like his heart was being torn apart. However, he forcefully suppressed this impulse in his heart. In the end, he glanced at Zhuowen's back as a trace of determination appeared in his eyes. "I'm the #1 genius in 9 Dragons City. I'm the strongest in this team. I won't let anyone surpass me." As he thought to himself, Feng Long closed his eyes once again. Waves of faintly discernible aura surged out from his body and actually formed small whirlwinds around him. Countless yuan power in the surroundings converged into Feng Long's body like a tide. After taking care of the black flood dragon, Zhuowen didn't pay attention to Pang Long and the others who were a little sluggish. Instead, he very quickly dug out the black flood dragon's Niden. At the same time, he unceremoniously inserted the Moon Demon Dragon's spine spear into the Flood Dragon's body to absorb the power of the Flood Dragon's bloodline. The Black Flood Dragon also had the bloodline of a true dragon. However, it was much thinner than the evil creature sealed in the Qingshui tribe. Although it was very thin, Zhuowen naturally wouldn't let go of the true dragon's bloodline in the Black Flood Dragon. After absorbing the power of the 4 Black Flood Dragons' bloodline, the Moon Demon Dragon's spine spear was still a high middle-rank soul treasure. However, it was already on the verge of a breakthrough. It probably only needed to absorb a trace of the true dragon's bloodline for the Moon Demon Dragon's spine spear to transform into a high-rank soul treasure. At that time, the power of the Moon Demon's secret manual's moves would increase by another level. After dealing with the Black Flood Dragon, Zhuowen nodded in satisfaction. However, he soon frowned slightly. What a strong fluctuation of Yuanli. This fluctuation. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the Yuanli in the entire hall suddenly became restless. It was as if it was boiling water. At the same time, the huge amount of Yuanli gathered towards a corner of the hall like rivers flowing into the sea. It's Feng Long? Is he planning to break through to the ultimate Emperor realm here? Pang Tong immediately noticed Feng Long in a remote corner, because at this moment, countless yuan qi formed a golden hurricane around Feng Long, endlessly drilling into Feng Long's body, and Feng Long's aura also rapidly rose at this moment. At this moment, everyone's gazes were focused on Feng Long in the corner. In particular, the remaining cultivators of 9 Dragons City had a trace of worry in their eyes. They all knew that Feng Long's cultivation was extremely high. He could break through to the ultimate Emperor realm at any time, but he hadn't done so because of the tribulation of heaven and earth. After a cultivator cultivated to the ultimate Emperor realm, their lifespan would increase greatly. If there were no accidents, it was possible for them to live for over 1,000 years. However, increasing one's lifespan was something that defied the heavens. Therefore, when a cultivator tried to break through to the ultimate Emperor realm, the laws of heaven and earth would obstruct them. This obstruction was the tribulation of heaven and earth. The tribulation of heaven and earth was extremely terrifying. It was said that terrifying lightning and other strange energies would descend. Just a strand of these energies was enough to tear apart an ordinary half-step ultimate Emperor realm cultivator. Moreover, the more monstrous a cultivator's talent was, the more monstrous the tribulation of heaven and earth would descend. On the other hand, the tribulation of heaven and earth that descended for cultivators with ordinary talent was much weaker when they tried to break through to the ultimate Emperor realm. There might even be no tribulation of heaven and earth at all. Therefore, the tribulation of heaven and earth was actually a test for monstrous geniuses. The higher one's talent was, the more monstrous the test would be, and the longer their lifespan would be increased. It was precisely because the tribulation of heaven and earth was so monstrous that many monstrous geniuses wouldn't be in a hurry to break through to the ultimate Emperor realm. Instead, they would slowly build up their foundation. However, once their foundation reached a certain level, their chances of surviving the tribulation of heaven and earth would increase. Their strength would also far surpass ordinary Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators. He's actually undergoing the tribulation of heaven and earth in Nether Castle. This Feng Long is quite bold. Zhuowen nodded and muttered to himself as he watched Feng Long break through in the corner. At the same time, Zhuowen's eyes flashed with a faint trace of anticipation. He had also reached the level where he could break through to the Ultimate Emperor Realm at any time. If he wanted to, he could break through right now and begin his tribulation of heaven and earth. However, Zhuowen could faintly sense that Feng Long's tribulation of heaven and earth would be much more terrifying than that of ordinary geniuses. This was because Feng Long's current strength was simply too shocking. He was clearly only a half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator, but he possessed strength comparable to a peak Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. His strength was far greater than Feng Long's, so his tribulation of heaven and earth would definitely be much more terrifying than Feng Long's. Even the current Zhuowen didn't have much confidence in his upcoming tribulation of heaven and earth. I can use Feng Long's tribulation of heaven and earth as a reference and see what it's like. Perhaps it will be of some use to me when I undergo the tribulation of heaven and earth in the future. Zhuowen stared unblinkingly at Feng Long's figure in the corner. He really wanted to see what kind of test the tribulation of heaven and earth would give to a cultivator. In the hall, besides Zhuowen, Pang Tong and the others were also staring intently at Feng Long. Many of them were half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators, so they would naturally experience the tribulation of heaven and earth in the future. Being able to personally witness the process of the tribulation of heaven and earth would bring unimaginable benefits to their future breakthroughs. The originally unconscious Zhou Li had already been awakened by the members of Nine Dragons City. She stood beside them and stared worriedly at Feng Long. Feng Long's tribulation of heaven and earth is about to begin. It wasn't clear who said this, but everyone immediately stared intently at Feng Long. Countless strands of thick golden yuan qi had already surrounded Feng Long's entire body. A transparent barrier seemed to have appeared with Feng Long at the center, preventing anyone from entering. Rumble! An enormous bolt of lightning the size of a bucket descended from the sky, directly striking down on Feng Long's head. Feng Long, who had been sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes and took out a halberd. With a sweep of his right hand, a powerful force directly shattered the bolt of lightning. Rumble! Bucket-sized bolts of lightning continuously descended from the area where Feng Long was, but they were all blocked and annihilated by Feng Long. In an instant, Feng Long's aura rose to its peak, becoming even more powerful than before. Although Feng Long had suffered heavy injuries during the battle with the Black Flood Dragon, the tribulation of heaven and earth had a special characteristic. No matter how serious a cultivator's injuries were, once they began to undergo the tribulation of heaven and earth, they would be protected by the laws of heaven and earth. Their internal injuries would be completely healed by the power of heaven and earth, allowing them to resist the tribulation of heaven and earth in their peak condition. At this moment, Feng Long's aura had become even sharper. He brandished his halberd with every move, completely blocking the bombardment of lightning. Moreover, the more he fought, the more courageous he became. Rumble! When Feng Long's aura rose to its peak, a myriad of bolts of lightning immediately descended from the area where he stood. They were like countless dark blue pythons as they struck towards Feng Long in the center of the area. Halberd of stormy waves. Block everything. Feng Long remained extremely calm in the face of the myriad of bolts of lightning descending from the sky. He stood tall with his halberd in his right hand. Instantly, countless surging waves surged towards him, forming walls of water around him. These walls of water weren't static, but constantly flowing. Countless bolts of lightning struck the walls of water. Although many of the walls of water were destroyed, the endless waves in the surroundings continued to form more walls of water. They actually managed to completely block the myriad of bolts of lightning in the area for a moment. When the bolts of lightning gradually receded, a halberd-wielding figure stood there silently. An oppressive aura surged out from the figure. This aura had already surpassed the level of a half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. Chapter 402. Breaking the contract. Feng Long's heavenly tribulation wasn't that difficult. Bolts of lightning fell one after another, each one denser than the last. From a single bolt to tens of thousands of bolts. This kind of heavenly tribulation might be as difficult as ascending to the heavens for an ordinary half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator, but it wasn't much of a challenge for Zhuowen. Feng Long's face was filled with an excited smile. Clearly, he hadn't expected the heavenly tribulation to not be as terrifying as the rumors said. Due to his solid foundation, Feng Long had directly skipped the initial stage of the Ultimate Emperor Realm and reached the mid-stage of the Ultimate Emperor Realm. His strength had multiplied by several times. The 4 members of Nine Dragons City, led by Zhou Li, were all overjoyed. Even they hadn't expected Feng Long to be able to overcome the heavenly tribulation so easily and smoothly ascend to the Ultimate Emperor Realm. Some were happy while others were worried. Pang Tong and the other 2 from Thunder Universe City all had gloomy expressions. They knew that Feng Long had already ascended to the Ultimate Emperor Realm. Their chances of obtaining the Holy City's strength had become very slim. Big Brother Feng, congratulations on successfully breaking through to the Ultimate Emperor Realm. Zhou Li led her 4 team members over to Feng Long and smiled at him with a radiant smile. Haha. I was just lucky. Perhaps it's because we're in the Nether Ancient Castle, but the heavenly tribulation this time wasn't very difficult. That's why I was lucky enough to break through to the Ultimate Emperor Realm. Feng Long shook his head and spoke rather modestly. However, the expression on his face completely betrayed his current mood. After he finished speaking, Feng Long's gaze swept across Zhuowen, Pang Tong, and the other 2 in the hall. There was a trace of indifference in his eyes. After ascending to the Ultimate Emperor Realm, Feng Long was undoubtedly the strongest person in the hall. Even Zhuowen had to admit that Feng Long was indeed very strong. If he didn't use the blood flames, it would probably be very difficult for him to defeat Feng Long. Brother Pang. Brother Zhua. If you want to obtain the Holy City's strength, you must first defeat the Nether King. However, the Nether King is on the 3rd floor of the Nether Castle. Although the 2 of you are quite skilled, I'm afraid it's not enough to deal with the Nether King. Therefore, for your sake, I hope that you don't need to enter the Nether Castle. Nine Dragons City is enough. Feng Long's face was filled with a calm smile. His tone was polite but contained an unquestionable tone. Feng, what do you mean by that? Don't tell me that you intend to chase us out and deal with the Nether King alone in order to seize the strength of the Holy City? Pang Tong's expression changed slightly when he heard this, and he spoke in an unfriendly tone. Because he wasn't strong in the beginning, he was because he wasn't strong. Now that his strength had skyrocketed to the Mid-Emperor, he felt, and Zhuowen, Pang and Zhu. Because he was he of. Because he and the... Don't tell me that I have to bring you burdens to deal with the Netherworld King? With. It. The corners of Feng Long's mouth cracked as he stared coldly at Pang Tong and the others. Pang Tong's expression became extremely ugly. However, he knew that he was weaker than Feng Long to begin with. Now that Feng Long had broken through to the Mid-Emperor Realm, his strength had multiplied by several times. He wasn't someone Pang Tong could deal with right now. Captain, let's leave. Feng Long has broken through to the Emperor Realm. Even if the 3 of us work together, we won't be able to withstand a single blow from him. It's very likely that we'll be killed, one of the team members beside Pang Tong advised in a low voice. Pang Tong's eyes flickered. He suddenly turned to Zhuowen and said, Zhuowen, are you really going to give up on the Holy City's power? Did I say I was going to give up on the Holy City's power? Zhuowen seemed extremely calm as he replied indifferently. Feng Long's gaze landed on Zhuowen when he heard that. He didn't care about the others in the hall, but he couldn't help but care about this youth who was even younger than him. Even though he had broken through to the Emperor realm, he still couldn't see through Zhuowen. This made Feng Long feel a trace of fear towards Zhuowen. However, it was only fear. Even though Feng Long was only at the mid-ultimate Emperor realm, he was able to display strength that wasn't any weaker than a late ultimate Emperor realm cultivator. No matter how heaven-defying Zhuo Wen's talent was, it was impossible for him to match a late ultimate Emperor realm cultivator when he was only at the half-step ultimate Emperor realm. Therefore, Feng Long was extremely confident that Zhuowen was no match for him now that he had broken through. Are none of you willing to give up? If that's the case, then don't blame me for being impolite. Feng Long's eyes turned extremely cold. He stepped off the air and instantly arrived above Pang Tong. The fingers of his right hand clenched into a fist as he threw out a punch. The surging power of the world stirred up the surrounding Yuan power, forming a fist the size of a small hill. It enveloped Pang Tong and the other two without any warning. Rumble! The ground where Pang Tong and the other two were standing instantly formed a crater that was several dozen meters wide. Cracks spread across the ground like a spiderweb. It was an extremely terrifying sight to behold. The two weaker members of Pang Tong's side were directly blasted to bits by the force of the attack. They were deader than dead. Pang Tong had decisively taken out a defensive soul treasure from his cosmos pouch, barely managing to block Feng Long's attack. However, he spat out a mouthful of blood and his face was as pale as snow. Feng Long, I, Pang Tong, will be at odds with your 9 Dragons city from now on. Just you wait. Pang Tong roared at the sky, his voice filled with hatred. He then decisively erased the words on his identity medallion and was directly sent out of the Origin Tower by a pillar of light. I told you to leave long ago, but you just wouldn't listen. Now you're only willing to leave after I kill 2 of your members. How despicable! Feng Long shook his head and turned towards Zhuowen. Brother Zhuo, I know you're pretty strong. You're even stronger than I was before I broke through. However, I've already broken through. You haven't experienced the energy of the world, so you don't know the enormous difference between an ultimate emperor and a half-step ultimate emperor. Even if your physical body is pretty good, it's not even worth mentioning in my opinion. Brother Zhuo, you're a smart person. You should know what to do, right? Feng Long stared at Zhuowen, patiently waiting for Zhuowen's reply. In his opinion, Zhuowen would wisely choose to leave after seeing how he'd defeated Pang Tong and the other two. Zhuowen, it's not like you don't know the difference between a half-step ultimate emperor and an ultimate emperor. I think you should just leave the Origin Tower. Otherwise, Big Brother Feng will never show any mercy. The red-clothed girl, Zhou advised. Zhou actually admired Zhuowen. After all, there was basically no other cultivator from a low-level city who could cultivate to such an abnormal level like Zhuowen. Therefore, she didn't want a genius like Zhuowen to fall at Feng Long's hands. Zhuowen's expression was extremely calm. He glanced at Feng Long and said, Brother Feng, I'm afraid you don't have the right to make me, Zhuowen, leave the Origin Tower just like that. Zhou shook her head repeatedly when she heard Zhuowen's words. She looked at Zhuowen with great disappointment. She had clearly explained the huge gap between a half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator and an Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator, but Zhuowen didn't listen at all. It looked like he couldn't escape the fate of being killed by Feng Long. Oh? Looks like you still want to stay? Since that's the case, don't blame me. As he spoke, Feng Long drew his halberd and stomped his foot. His entire body turned into a series of afterimages as he waved the halberd in his right hand repeatedly. Countless halberd shadows appeared in front of him and enveloped Zhuowen. Zhuowen wasn't afraid at all. He raised his blood-red spear and swung it in the air. An enormous force directly annihilated the halberd shadows that filled the sky. Shortly after, his lightning serpent wings and lightning flood dragon wings suddenly opened up and turned into a series of lightning shadows in the air. He arrived behind Feng Long in the blink of an eye. With a flick of his fingers, the blood-red spear fiercely spun and swept towards the back of Feng Long's head. Feng Long had already expected Zhuowen's strength, so he was extremely vigilant. He abruptly circulated the energy of heaven and earth in his body, and the surrounding dense origin qi transformed into a several-meter thick golden shield behind him. It instantly blocked the blood-red spear's attack. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resounded and dazzling sparks flew. The blood-red spear was unable to move an inch against the golden shield. Zhuowen, the strength of an ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator is beyond your imagination. Right now, I can use the energy of heaven and earth in my body to circulate the surrounding origin qi at any time. As long as I want, your blood-red spear won't be able to break through my defense and harm me in the slightest. Feng Long chuckled as he glanced at Zhuowen and spoke sinisterly. However, Zhuowen wasn't annoyed at all. Instead, a trace of a mocking smile appeared on the corners of his mouth as he said, "You're not the only one with the energy of heaven and earth. I have it too." As he spoke, Zhuowen's consciousness sank into his dantian and circulated the gray energy that had been constantly nourished within it. At this moment, 70% of his dantian was filled with this gray energy. This gray energy had been nourished by the energy of heaven and earth that LV Yongxing had injected into his body. As soon as the gray energy was stimulated, it instantly became restless. It actually directly flowed through Zhuowen's meridians from his dantian and surged into Zhuowen's right hand. Soon after, it gathered at the tip of the blood-red spear. In an instant, the tip of the spear had turned a strange gray color. Crack! After being strengthened by the energy of heaven and earth, the blood-red spear's sharpness had practically reached a terrifying state. Zhuowen's right hand suddenly slapped the end of the spear, causing it to instantly spin rapidly. After that, the extremely thick golden shield behind Feng Long actually shattered into pieces. The energy of heaven and earth? How is this possible? You're clearly just a half-step ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. How can you possess the energy of heaven and earth that only ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators possess? Chapter 403. Obtaining the Origin Energy Sphere Whoosh. The blood-red spear shattered the golden shield and swept towards the back of Feng Long's head like a hot knife through butter. Even if Feng Long was an ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator, he would still lose his life if he was struck by this spear. Humph! Feng Long snorted coldly. He twisted his waist in a strange manner and changed direction in midair, dodging the blood-red spear. Then, he took several steps in the air and retreated more than 10 meters. He stared at Zhuowen with fear in his eyes. "You've also broken through to the ultimate Emperor Realm? You've been hiding your strength all this time?" Feng Long's gaze was extremely serious. He was truly shocked when Zhuowen used the power of heaven and earth. Only cultivators at the ultimate Emperor Realm and above could use the power of heaven and earth. In other words, it was very likely that Zhuowen was a true ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator like him. Zhou Li and the others opened their eyes when they heard Feng Long's words. They stared at Zhuowen in disbelief. It was already shocking enough that this youth from a low-level city had reached the half-step Emperor Realm. But now, they could hear from Feng Long's words that Zhuowen was also an ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. This was just too inconceivable. An ultimate Emperor Realm expert was considered one of the top experts in the Qingxian Empire. Compared to the vast territory of the Qingxian Empire, the number of such experts was much smaller. The amount of resources needed to nurture an ultimate Emperor Realm expert was enormous. Even a high-grade city would find it difficult to bear. Only a superpower like a super city would be able to nurture an ultimate Emperor Realm expert of the younger generation. Nine Dragons City was considered one of the most powerful high-class cities. However, the number one expert of the younger generation, Feng Long, was only a half-step Emperor Realm cultivator. He had only broken through to the ultimate Emperor realm after entering the Origin Energy Tower. But Zhuowen, who came from a low-level city, was also an ultimate Emperor realm cultivator. This kind of bizarre matter really shocked Zhou Li and the others. When did low-level cities become so powerful? How could they nurture a terrifying genius like Zhuowen? Are you still going to stop me now? Zhuowen asked as he stared calmly at Feng Long. He did not admit or deny it. Feng Long's eyes flickered when he heard this. Then, he stared deeply at Zhuowen and said, I never imagined that brother Zhua had concealed his strength so deeply. You've actually reached the ultimate Emperor realm as well. Since that's the case, I naturally won't stop brother Zhua. We'll meet again on the 3rd level. After saying that, Feng Long directly led Zhou Li and the other 3 to a flight of stairs at the end of the hall. Zhuowen had no intention of chasing after Feng Long. There was no need for him to fall out with Feng Long just yet. After all, their target this time was the Netherworld King. Furthermore, Feng Long, who had broken through to the mid-stage of the first cycle Extreme Emperor realm, wasn't that easy to deal with. Even if Zhuowen's strength was comparable to a peak first cycle Extreme Emperor realm expert, it would still be very difficult for him to deal with Feng Long in a short amount of time. This Feng Long is rather scheming. He seems amiable on the surface, but he's actually ruthless and decisive. It's best if I don't associate myself with him, or I'll really be tricked to death. Zhuowen shook his head as he watched Feng Long and the others leave. He sighed emotionally in his heart. He planned to leave the hall and head to the 2nd level. Kid, don't you want a treasure like the Yuan Energy Ball? Xiao Hei's voice suddenly rang out just as Zhuowen was about to take a step forward. Zhuowen's foot came to a sudden stop. He was stunned at first, but then he became overjoyed. He said, You have a way to retrieve the Yuan Energy Ball in the hall? After all, the Netherworld King placed a formation and restriction within the Yuan Energy Ball. It's practically impossible to break through the restriction from the outside. Zhuowen greatly coveted a treasure like the Yuan Energy Ball. One had to know that the Yuan Energy Ball contained extremely dense and pure Yuan energy. This Yuan energy had been specially refined by ancient experts. It was a treasure that ancient experts had refined for their juniors to aid in their cultivation. It could be quickly absorbed and converted into one's own strength. With a treasure like the Yuan Energy Ball, one could save at least 2 years of cultivation time. In other words, as long as one absorbed all the Yuan energy within the Yuan Energy Ball, the increase in one's cultivation level would be comparable to the Yuan energy that an ordinary cultivator would absorb in 2 years of cultivation in a short period of time. As long as he had this Yuan Energy Ball, once Zhuowen broke through to the ultimate Emperor realm, he would be able to borrow the surging Yuan energy within the ball to quickly convert it into the energy of heaven and earth. In a short period of time, Zhuowen had hopes of breaking through to the ultimate Emperor realm. As long as Zhuowen's strength reached the ultimate Emperor realm, even LV Yongxing would find it extremely difficult to kill him. Have you forgotten that this Lord Dragon is currently in the form of a spirit? The Yuan energy on the surface of the Yuan Energy Ball is completely unable to stop a spirit from entering. As long as this Lord Dragon enters the Yuan Energy Ball, I will be able to break the restriction from the inside. Just now, this Lord Dragon has already investigated the situation within the Yuan Energy Ball and discovered that the restriction inside is not complicated. As long as this Lord Dragon makes a move, the restriction will naturally be easily broken. Xiao Hei came out from between Zhuowen's brows with its nose in the air and a smug look on its face. Zhuowen wanted nothing more than to give it a few kicks. However, for the sake of the Yuan Energy Ball's ownership, Zhuowen suppressed this impulse in the end. Then you better hurry up. Don't dilly-dally. You have to know that Feng Long and the others have already gone straight to the 2nd level. With Feng Long's current strength, breaking through to the 2nd level is only a matter of time. When that time comes and we get rid of the Lord of the Underworld, the power of the holy city will be seized by Feng Long and the others, Zhuowen said somewhat anxiously. Why are you panicking? That lord of the underworld is not so easy to deal with. With that brat Feng Long's strength, wanting to take down the lord of the underworld is simply wishful thinking. Perhaps if you go up later, you might be able to be the fisherman for a while. Alright, I will enter the Yuan energy ball to take a look and try to break it. Xiao He rolled its eyes at Zhuowen. Then, it turned into a black streak of light and entered the Yuan energy ball. After about half an incense stick's worth of time, the huge Yuan energy ball in the middle of the hall trembled violently. It was actually shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the end, it turned into a transparent crystal ball the size of a palm. This crystal ball was filled with dense and dazzling golden gas, appearing extremely gorgeous and colorful. Brat, the restriction within the Yuan energy ball has already been broken. You only need to refine the Yuan energy ball a little, then the Yuan energy contained within it will be freely absorbed by you. If you intend to concentrate on absorbing the Yuan energy within it, you will need about a month's time. Xiao He smiled faintly. After receiving the elemental energy ball, Zhuowen could immediately feel the surging elemental energy contained within the elemental energy ball. It was as vast as the boundless ocean. The elemental energy within his body silently entered the elemental energy ball as Zhuowen concentrated on refining the elemental energy ball in his hand. The refining of the Yuan energy ball did not take up too much of Zhuowen's time. After refining the Yuan energy ball, Zhuowen's mind moved slightly. The Yuan energy contained within the Yuan energy ball immediately flowed into Zhuowen's meridians. Moreover, Zhuowen could feel that the Yuan energy that flowed into his body was actually purer and denser than the Yuan energy in his body. Zhuowen refined it slightly, and the Yuan energy immediately entered his dantian and transformed into the gray-colored power of heaven and earth. What a pure Yuan energy! It actually directly entered his dantian and transformed into the power of heaven and earth. This transformation speed far surpasses my usual cultivation speed. No wonder the Yuan energy ball was an extremely precious treasure in the ancient times. With such an efficient transformation speed, I wonder how much time a cultivator would need to cultivate. Zhuowen muttered to himself in surprise. With this Yuan energy ball, Zhuowen believed that once he successfully broke through to the ultimate emperor realm, he could directly use the Yuan energy within the ball to advance to the ultimate emperor realm. Brat, with the strength of your physical body that has reached the 7th level of the Jade Stone Body Tempering Technique, you are actually not afraid of the tribulation of heaven and earth. Even if you directly break through to the ultimate emperor realm now, there is an extremely high chance of success. Xiao He suddenly said. I know. However, let's deal with the Lord of the Underworld first. After dealing with the Lord of the Underworld, I plan to break through. Zhuowen shook his head. Then it's up to you. An entire incense stick's worth of time has passed. I'm afraid that Feng Long and the others have already broken through to the 3rd level. It's just right for you to go now. Xiao He chuckled. Zhuowen shrugged noncommittally. With a single step, he turned into a blur and swept past the stairs at the end of the hall. The 2nd level was an extremely vast space. This space was many times larger than the 1st level's hall. On the ground of this space, there were countless human body parts that glowed with a metallic luster. Other than humans, there were also many beast body parts. These body parts were scattered all over the ground. Zhuowen casually picked up a body part. He discovered that these body parts were basically made of metal. It was obvious that these body parts had fallen from the puppet. Moreover, there was an extremely large number of these body parts in this space. It was obvious that a great battle had occurred here not long ago. The test of this space is probably these puppets. However, these puppets aren't very strong. They're basically at the Heavenly King realm. The strongest is only at the half-step Ultimate Emperor realm. They didn't pose much of an obstacle to Feng Long and the others. Zhuowen muttered as he picked up the body parts. At the end of the space, there was a metal mountain. This mountain was extremely steep and majestic, as if it reached straight into the clouds. On the surface of the mountain, there were steps with distinct levels. These steps extended all the way to the top of the mountain, where the end could not be seen. The other end of this metal mountain should be the entrance to the third level. Zhuowen immediately saw the metal mountain peak at the end of this space. Looking at the clear steps, Zhuowen's eyes shone brightly. Then let's hurry up. Feng Long and the others might already be fighting the Lord of the Underworld. Xiao Hei's voice rang out. Nodding lightly, Zhuowen took a step forward and rushed towards the metal mountain peak at an extremely fast speed. On the third level of the Nether Castle, there was a room made of gold on all four sides. The room wasn't very big, only a little over 1,000 square meters. In the center of the room, there was a throne made entirely of steel. Chapter 404. The True Ruler of Sandstone Island. You've really made it to the third level. You're pretty strong. The Lord of the Underworld stared ahead with his crimson-red eyes as he spoke rather lazily. There was a red carpet path a few meters away from the throne, and there was a rather wide door at the front of the path. At this moment, there were 5 figures standing at the door, and they were Feng Long and the others who had rushed over from the second level. Feng Long suddenly took a step forward and stared coldly at the Lord of the Underworld before the throne. He said, "What an arrogant Lord of the Underworld! You're about to die, yet you're still in the mood to mock us." About to die? I think I should be the one saying that to you. A red glow flashed through the Lord of the Underworld's eyes as he grinned coldly. It's not up to you to decide whether I'm about to die or not. We'll see who's stronger. Feng Long shouted coldly as he suddenly took a step forward. Boundless origin energy surged out from his body, causing the ground to shatter and pieces of rubble to float around him as if they were weightless. So you've broken through. No wonder you're so confident. However, so what if you've broken through? You're still not qualified to be my opponent. The Lord of the Underworld was still lying lazily on the throne as he yawned and spoke indifferently. Not qualified? Lord of the Underworld, don't be too arrogant. Perhaps you'll regret your attitude towards me after I beat you to the point you kneel and beg for mercy. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Long's figure flashed and transformed into numerous afterimages in midair. He patted his cosmos bag with his right hand and withdrew a huge halberd from it. He shook his right hand and instantly approached the Lord of the Underworld. Dense halberd images enveloped the throne like a monstrous wave. Rumble! The Lord of the Underworld leaned against the throne with a composed expression. He paid no attention to Feng Long, who was charging straight at him. Just as the halberd images were about to reach him, a robust figure suddenly shot out from beneath the throne, and a huge fist directly smashed onto the halberd images. Bang! Wherever the fist passed, a circular wave of air spread out and smashed onto the halberd images. It directly obliterated the halberd images into nothingness. Thump! Thud, thud, thud! Feng Long clearly did not expect a figure to suddenly appear under the throne. He was caught off guard. He groaned and retreated a dozen steps. His gaze was gloomy as he looked at the figure that had suddenly appeared. This figure was a middle-aged man with short golden hair. His figure was extremely robust, and he was over 3 m tall. The muscles on his entire body were coiled together, causing him to seem savage like countless little loaches. Moreover, every single move he made actually caused the air to whistle, and it was exceptionally ear-piercing. "This is the previous lord of the Holy City, Alice?" Feng Long said in surprise as his gaze gathered on the face of the golden-haired middle-aged man. Although Eris had mysteriously disappeared 1,000 years ago, and Feng Long had never seen Eris in person, there were many statues of Eris in the Holy City. Therefore, Feng Long was quite familiar with Eris' appearance. At this moment, after seeing the face of this blond middle-aged man, he immediately discovered that this man's face was almost identical to those statues in the Holy City. Obviously, the identity of the blond middle-aged man in front of him was obvious. He was the lord of the holy city, Eris, who had sealed the lord of the underworld 1,000 years ago. However, what puzzled Feng Long was that Eris had disappeared after sealing the lord of the underworld 1,000 years ago. Why did he appear in the trial grounds now? Moreover, he seemed to be helping the lord of the underworld at this moment? Eris had a pair of dark blue eyes. However, these eyes were filled with dullness and dullness. It was as if he was just a lifeless puppet. You have good eyesight. This is the lord of the holy city, Eris. He is also my favorite collection. This is the only legendary warrior on the Sandstone Island. If you can defeat him, you will be qualified to be my opponent. The lord of the underworld's handsome face was filled with a mocking smile. Your collection? Feng Long, Zhou, and the other three at the door seemed to have thought of something when they heard this. Their expressions changed. Eris' disappearance 1,000 years ago has something to do with you? Also, did you make the previous Eris into a puppet? Feng Long asked with a solemn look. However, the lord of the underworld shook his head and said coldly, Eris has been under my control for a long time. Do you think I need to make him into a puppet? To tell you the truth, all the lost tribes on this Sandstone Island are just playthings for us, the underworld race. The so-called seal was just a way for Eris to pacify the people 1,000 years ago. If I want to go out, I can go out at any time. However, there is an extremely powerful seal outside the Sandstone Island. If I can't leave the Sandstone Island, it's useless to go out. Feng Long and the others were stunned when they heard the extremely shocking words of the king of the underworld. They had never imagined that the king of the underworld's words would be so different from what the holy maiden Alice had said. Just who was speaking the truth? What about the power of the holy city? Didn't Eris once say that he could control the entire Sandstone Island if he obtained the power of the holy city? Feng Long's eyes flickered as he asked. The power of the holy city? There's no such thing. However, I know that you little fellows must have come from somewhere outside the Sandstone Island. I don't know how you passed through the seal and entered the Sandstone Island, but I know that you want to obtain control of the Sandstone Island. You want to ascend in broad daylight, right? The Lord of the Underworld said shockingly. Feng Long narrowed his eyes. He suddenly realized that the Lord of the Underworld before him was much smarter than he had imagined. He was clearly a creature of the Sandstone Island, yet he was able to guess that they had come from outside the Sandstone Island. Moreover, he seemed to know about the Ascension Island. There's no need to be so surprised. The reason this king knows that Sandstone Island can be ascended in broad daylight is because this king is now the true ruler of Sandstone Island. All living beings on Sandstone Island are under this king's control. Of course, other than living beings outside Sandstone Island like you, your lives are beyond this king's control. It is because of this that I have determined that you are creatures from outside the Sandstone Island. The Lord of the Underworld's eyes gleamed as he spoke. You are the true ruler of the Sandstone Island? Then the Lord of the Holy City and the so-called power of the Holy City are all fake? Also, since you are the ruler of the Sandstone Island, you should know how to make the Sandstone Island ascend in broad daylight and break through the void, right? Feng Long looked past Alice and asked in surprise. It's very simple. All you need to do is kill me, take out my heart, and place my heart on the altar at the top of the Netherworld Castle. Then, the Sandstone Island will ascend in broad daylight. Therefore, if you want to control the Sandstone Island, you have to kill me, the true ruler of the island. However, looking at how weak you are, I'm afraid that even Alice is no match for you. The Lord of the Underworld's lips curled up slightly. His handsome face was filled with a mocking smile. He did not mind revealing the secret of the Ascension Island at all. This was because in his opinion, Feng Long and the others were about to die. There was nothing wrong with telling the truth to the dead. So your heart is the true core of the Sandstone Island. If that's the case, then go to hell. Feng Long narrowed his eyes. His right hand, which was holding the halberd, suddenly stretched out and swept towards the Lord of the Underworld like an agile snake. Under the influence of the heaven and earth force, the surrounding vitality boiled violently, causing the halberd's power to become even sharper. Boom! However, Feng Long's powerful halberd was directly blocked by Alice. Alice's naked upper body was covered in a golden luster. Feng Long's halberd was like a tickle to Alice's hand. What a strong body! I wonder if Alice's body is stronger than Zhuowen's? Feng Long's expression changed slightly when he felt the strength of Alice's body. He could not help but think of Zhuowen's figure. Boom! After blocking Feng Long's halberd, Alice was expressionless. He suddenly threw a punch towards Feng Long's head. The powerful force formed a ring of air waves in the air, as if it was going to tear the entire space apart. Humph! Feng Long snorted coldly. With a shake of his right hand, countless halberd shadows formed a defensive circle in front of him. Boom! The powerful force caused Feng Long to involuntarily retreat more than 10 meters. He staggered in the air, and only then did he stop in midair with the help of the recoil. Alice was indeed a legendary-level warrior. His physical strength far surpassed the Black Flood Dragon. Even Feng Long could not gain the slightest advantage against him. What a troublesome fellow! However, I'd like to see if your physical body is stronger, or if my halberd of raging waves is stronger. Feng Long no longer held back. Alice's strength was extremely strong. Ordinary methods would not be able to defeat him. Therefore, Feng Long could only use the Emperor Armor skill, Halberd of Raging Waves. Boom! Feng Long stomped his foot in the air, and endless waves surged out, covering an area of several dozen zhang around him. Numerous water pythons that looked like pillars that supported the heavens coiled around Feng Long, roaring towards the sky with a monstrous might. Halberd of Raging Waves, destroy! With a low shout, Feng Long stepped on the countless waves and directly swept towards Alice with countless water pythons. For a moment, the raging waves were like a dragon. Alice was expressionless. There was not the slightest trace of fear on his face. At this moment, his golden body swelled up, and his entire body grew several times larger. From 1 zhang to 3 zhang, he was almost like a small hill. Alice, whose body had swelled up, let out a beast-like roar. He stomped his foot on the ground, and the ground shattered into fine powder. Alice turned into an afterimage in the air. At the same time, he threw a punch. There was nothing fancy about it, but this punch actually formed an extremely ear-piercing explosion in the air. Obviously, the power of this punch was much stronger than before. Countless water pythons, accompanied by the imposing Fangtian halberd in Feng Long's hand, fiercely collided with Alice. Soon after, an earth-shattering explosion resounded in the metal room. Countless water droplets formed high-pressure water guns and splashed in all directions, directly piercing countless holes in the surrounding walls of the metal room. Break, break, break. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.